Tonight we begin with a question that might seem absurd at first. What if your job could literally kill you, and everyone around you would just nod and say that's normal? Picture this. It's 3 in the morning in downtown Tokyo, 1987, and the fluorescent lights in a cramped office are still blazing like it's midday. Inside, you'll find dozens of salarymen hunched over desks, their white shirts yellowed with sweat and stained with coffee.
And together, down.
Ties loosened just enough to breathe,
And
but
rise.
not enough to look
Faster next
unprofessional.
time.
And they've been here since 7 yesterday morning, 20 hours straight, no end in sight. This isn't a special project or a crisis situation. This is Tuesday. Just another regular, ordinary, soul-crushing Tuesday in the economic miracle that is Japan's bubble economy. And you're about to experience it firsthand, because tonight we're dropping you right into the heart of Japanese corporate culture during the karoshi era. That beautiful period from the 1980s through the early 2000s when working yourself to death wasn't just a metaphor. It was a statistical reality with its own medical terminology. Forget everything you think you know about Japanese efficiency and honor and discipline, because we're about to peel back the polished veneer of the rising sun economy to reveal something far darker. A society that turned human beings into disposable batteries for the corporate machine, squeezed every last drop of productivity from their bodies, then discarded them when they inevitably burned out. You think your job is stressful. You think your boss is demanding. Let's ease into tonight's journey together and discover what it really means when a culture values corporate loyalty over human life. When sleeping at your desk is a badge of honor. When your coworkers will step over your collapsed body to hit their quarterly targets. And when dying from overwork is so common, they had to invent a word for it. The term karoshi literally translates to death from overwork, and it became officially recognized by the Japanese Ministry of Health in 1987, the same year our story takes place, because apparently enough people were dropping dead at their desks that the government figured they should probably start keeping track. We're talking about a phenomenon where perfectly healthy men in their 30s, 40s, and 50s were suffering fatal heart attacks, strokes, and brain hemorrhages directly caused by excessive work hours, chronic sleep deprivation, and relentless stress. And the worst part, the absolutely soul-crushing worst part, is that many of their deaths were ruled as suicides because they couldn't handle the pressure anymore, which technically doesn't count as karoshi in the official statistics. So the real numbers are probably far higher than anyone wants to admit. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now you're standing outside the gleaming glass tower of a major trading company in central Tokyo. It's your first day. You're fresh out of university. You've been hired as part of this year's intake of new employees. And you have absolutely no idea what you're walking into. None whatsoever. The building looks impressive enough. All steel and ambition reaching toward the sky. The lobby is immaculate. The receptionist bows with mechanical precision. Everything seems orderly and civilized and modern. But that's just the surface. That's just the mask this society wears to hide the grinding gears of human suffering underneath. And you're about to become one of those gears, whether you like it or not. If you'd like more stories like this one, please subscribe so you don't miss any new uploads. I'd also love to hear from you. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time of day you're tuning in. Your orientation begins at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. And by exactly, I mean if you arrive at 8:01, you're already marked as someone who doesn't take their position seriously. So you showed up at 7:30 like every other terrified new hire, all of you standing in the lobby in your identical dark suits, looking like a murder of crows. And the first thing they teach you isn't about the company's business or your actual job responsibilities. No. The first thing they drill into your skull is the art of the bow. You spend 90 minutes learning the precise angle for greeting senior managers versus junior managers versus clients versus the CEO. 15 degrees for casual acknowledgement, 30 degrees for respect, 45 degrees for deep apology or greeting someone significantly above your station. And God help you if you get it wrong, because everyone is watching. Everyone is always watching. And any deviation from protocol will be noted and remembered and held against you for the rest of your career here. The instructor is a severe woman in her 50s who looks like she hasn't smiled since the previous economic bubble burst. And she demonstrates each bow with the enthusiasm of someone teaching you how to dig your own grave, which in a very real sense she is, because these rituals aren't just about politeness. They're about reinforcing the hierarchy, about making sure you understand from day one that you are at the bottom of a very tall pyramid, and your only purpose is to support everyone above you. After bowing comes the business card exchange ceremony. And yes, it's a ceremony. You don't just hand someone your card like some barbarian American. You present it with both hands, card facing toward the recipient so they can read it. You receive their card with both hands. You study it carefully for several seconds while making appreciative noises. You comment on their position or company. You never ever put it away carelessly, and you definitely never write on it or bend it or treat it with anything less than reverence, because that card represents their professional identity. And disrespecting it is disrespecting them. You practice this for another hour with your fellow new hires, exchanging cards back and forth until the motion becomes automatic, until you could do it in your sleep. Which is good because soon you won't be getting any sleep, so muscle memory is all you'll have left. Then comes the real orientation, the part where they explain what your life is actually going to look like for the foreseeable future. And the senior manager delivering this presentation does so with the kind of cheerful enthusiasm usually reserved for describing terminal illnesses, because he's going to tell you about something called the lifetime employment system. And he's going to make it sound like a gift. In theory, lifetime employment means job security. It means the company takes care of you from graduation to retirement. It means you're part means of a family. But here's what it actually means. It means you belong to them. Completely and utterly. Your time is their time. Your health is their resource to spend. Your life outside work is an inconvenience they're willing to tolerate only because even they haven't figured out how to eliminate it entirely. And in exchange for this total ownership of your existence, they promise not to fire you. Which sounds great until you realize they don't need to fire you because they can just work you until you quit or die. Whichever comes first. The manager explains that new employees are expected to arrive before their seniors and leave after them, which sounds reasonable until you do the math. Your senior colleagues arrive at 7:30. They leave at 10 or 11 at night, sometimes later, which means you'll need to be here by 7, and you won't leave until midnight or 1 in the morning. And this isn't during busy periods. This is every single day, 5 or 6 days a week, sometimes 7 if there's a project deadline. Which there always is, because in this company, there's always a deadline, always a crisis, always a reason why you need to sacrifice just a little bit more. Your actual job responsibilities are explained in about 5 minutes. You'll be doing data entry, filing, making copies, fetching coffee. Basically anything and everything the people above you don't want to do. And you'll do it with a smile. You'll do it with enthusiasm. You'll do it like it's the greatest honor ever bestowed upon a human being. Because showing any hint of dissatisfaction or exhaustion or basic human limits is a sign of weakness. And weakness is not tolerated here. They show you to your desk. It's in a vast, open office filled with hundreds of identical desks arranged in perfect rows, no cubicles, no privacy. Just endless exposure where everyone can see everything you do at all times. And your desk is the one furthest from the window. Naturally, because windows are for people who've earned them through decades of service, you get the spot where the fluorescent lights are brightest and most headache-inducing, where the air conditioning vent blows directly on you in winter and doesn't reach you in summer, where you can see the clock on the wall ticking away your life second by second. The woman at the desk next to you has been here for 3 years, and she looks like she's aged 15. Her skin has that peculiar gray pallor that comes from never seeing sunlight. Her hands shake slightly when she's not typing, and she gives you a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, a smile that says, "Welcome to hell. Hope you like it here because you're never leaving." The first week is designed to break you, not quickly like some dramatic movie montage, but slowly, methodically, like water wearing down stone. They're going to grind away everything you thought you knew about work-life balance and replace it with their version of reality. Monday morning, you arrive at 6:45 to be safe. You're not the first one there. 3 of your fellow new hires beat you. They're already at their desks, pretending to look busy, even though they haven't been assigned actual work yet. And you realize with creeping horror that this is going to become a competition, not an official one, but the kind of unspoken race that's somehow more brutal because nobody ever acknowledges it exists. You're competing to see who can arrive earliest, stay latest, look most dedicated, most willing to sacrifice their humanity on the altar of corporate advancement. Your section chief, a man named Tanaka, who's probably 40 but looks 60, assigns you your first real task around 9 in the morning. He needs you to create a report summarizing last quarter's sales figures for the Osaka region. It's straightforward enough. You estimate maybe 3 or 4 hours of work if you're thorough. You could probably have it done by lunch. But then Tanaka mentions, almost as an afterthought, that he needs it to be perfect, absolutely flawless, because it's going to be presented to the division head. And suddenly that 3-hour task balloons into an all-day nightmare because perfect doesn't mean accurate. Perfect means formatted according to standards that nobody has written down anywhere. Standards that exist only in Tanaka's head, and possibly vary depending on his mood. You spend the next 6 hours creating the report, then recreating it, then recreating it again. Because the first version had the charts on the wrong side of the page. The second version used a font that was 0.5 size too large. The third version had adequate information, but lacked the proper reverential tone in the executive summary. And by version 4, you're ready to throw your computer out the window, except there's no window near you. And also, destroying company property would probably mean ritual suicide is your only option for restoring your honor. Around 3 in the afternoon, you notice that nobody has gone to lunch. You've been so focused on your report that you didn't realize. But now your stomach is growling, and you glance around, expecting to see people eating at their desks. But no, they're all just working, ignoring their basic biological needs, because apparently eating is for people who don't take their jobs seriously. So you ignore your hunger and keep working because you will not be the weak link. You will not be the person who can't keep up. At 6 in the evening, the official end of the workday, not a single person moves, desks stay occupied, keyboards keep clattering, phones keep ringing. It's like 6 o'clock doesn't even exist as a concept. And you realize, with dawning dread, that the official work hours posted in your employment contract are essentially fiction. Decorative words meant to satisfy labor law requirements, but bearing no relationship to reality. Your real workday ends when your seniors leave. And they're not leaving because their seniors haven't left. And those seniors won't leave until their seniors leave. And so on up the chain, until you reach some executive who probably went home at 5, but nobody saw him leave. So everyone assumes he's still in the building somewhere and they have to keep working just in case. By 8 o'clock, your report is finally, mercifully, accepted by Tanaka. He gives it a cursory glance, grunts something that might be approval, and sets it aside. 9 hours of your life condensed into a document he'll probably never look at again. But that's not the point. The point was the suffering, the demonstration that you're willing to suffer for the company, that you can be molded into the kind of employee who values process over results, endurance over efficiency, appearance over achievement. You're starving, you're exhausted. Your eyes are burning from staring at the screen. Your back aches from the terrible chair they've provided, and you still can't leave because Tanaka hasn't left. He's working on something else now. Something that's apparently going to take several more hours, and you're expected to sit there and look productive, even though you have nothing to do. So you start organizing files that don't need organizing. You make copies of documents that probably don't need copying. You clean your already clean desk. You do anything to maintain the appearance of constant activity. Around 10 in the evening, people start trickling toward the exit, not in a rush, but slowly, reluctantly, like they're ashamed to be leaving so early. And you watch them go with a mixture of envy and contempt, because part of you has already internalized the sickness. Part of you is already thinking that leaving at 10 is weak. That real dedication means staying until midnight. That your co-workers who left are probably the ones who'll get passed over for promotion. Tanaka finally stands at 11:15. He doesn't say goodnight, doesn't acknowledge the 16+ hours you've both been here. He just gathers his things and leaves. And that's your signal that you're finally allowed to go. You grab your bag and head for the elevator, your legs unsteady from sitting so long, your head pounding. And as you step outside into the cool night air, you realize with a jolt that you haven't seen sunlight all day. You arrive before dawn, and you're leaving long after sunset. And tomorrow, you'll do it all again. By Friday of your first week, you've entered a strange fugue state where time loses meaning, and you exist only in the eternal present of fluorescent lighting and keyboard clatter. You can't remember what you did on Monday. Can't remember what you ate for breakfast, assuming you ate breakfast, which you probably didn't because you were running late. And besides, food is just fuel, and you're not hungry, you're just tired. So tired that tired doesn't even describe it anymore. There needs to be a new word for this level of exhaustion that's beyond physical, beyond mental, something that's seeped into your actual soul. The weekend should be your salvation. 48 hours to recover, to remember what it feels like to be human. But Saturday morning at 9, your phone rings, and it's Tanaka. He's very sorry to bother you on your day off. Except he's not sorry at all. And it's not a day off, If he can call you and demand you come in because there's an urgent project that needs to be completed by Monday. And urgent is relative. It's probably been sitting on someone's desk for weeks, but now it's suddenly critical and requires everyone to sacrifice their weekend. You drag yourself back to the office. You're wearing casual clothes, which feels transgressive and wrong, like showing up to a funeral in shorts. And you're not the only one here. Half your department showed up, all of you shuffling around like zombies. And the worst part is nobody complains. Nobody even seems particularly upset. This is just how it is. Weekends are a privilege that you haven't earned yet and maybe never will. The project involves creating a presentation for a client meeting on Tuesday. It could easily be done by 2 or 3 people working regular hours. But instead, they've called in 15 people to work on it simultaneously, which means nothing gets done efficiently because you're all stepping on each other's toes, duplicating work, waiting for files to be free. But efficiency isn't the point. The point is demonstrating collective sacrifice, showing that everyone is willing to bleed for the company. You finish around 7 on Saturday evening. You go home. You collapse into bed. You wake up Sunday morning, and the cycle begins again. Because there's always more work, always another urgent project, always another reason why you can't possibly take time off. Sunday afternoon, you make the mistake of trying to do something normal. You attempt to meet a friend for coffee, someone from university who took a job at a smaller company. And the moment you sit down, you realize you can't relate to them anymore. They're talking about their weekend plans, about the movie they saw, about their hobbies. And it all sounds like a foreign language, like they're describing life on another planet. Because you don't have hobbies anymore, you don't have weekend plans. You have work and the brief, unconscious periods between work that used to be called sleep. Your friend asks if you're okay. You look terrible, apparently. And you want to explain that you're fine, that this is normal, that everyone at your company looks like this. But the words stick in your throat because even you're not sure if you believe that anymore. Some small part of your brain that hasn't been crushed by the corporate machine yet is screaming that this isn't normal, that this is insane. But you can't listen to that voice, because listening to it means acknowledging that you've made a terrible mistake, and you're trapped, and there's no way out. You cut the coffee meeting short. You need to prepare for Monday, by which you mean you need to go home and stare at your ceiling in existential dread for several hours. And on your way out, your friend says they're worried about you. You should talk to someone, maybe see a doctor. And you nod and smile and promise you will, even though you know you won't, because admitting you need help is admitting weakness, and weakness is not tolerated. Monday arrives like a punishment. Week 2 begins, and you discover that your body has limits that your will cannot overcome. Around 2 in the afternoon, your vision starts going blurry, not from tiredness, but from something else. Something that feels wrong. Like your brain is shutting down non-essential systems to conserve energy. And you excuse yourself to go to the bathroom where you splash water on your face and stare at your reflection. And the person looking back at you is a stranger. Sunken eyes, skin the color of old newspaper, a tremor in your hands that won't stop. You return to your desk. You keep working. What else can you do? And around 5, you notice that Suzuki from accounting isn't at his desk, hasn't been there all afternoon. Someone mentions he's in the medical room. Apparently he collapsed around lunch. They're not sure if it's serious. And everyone seems mildly concerned, but not alarmed, because this happens. People collapse, people get sick, people have breakdowns, and the machine just roots around them and keeps grinding. At 7 that evening, Suzuki returns to his desk. He's pale and shaky, but he's back. Someone asks if he should go home, and he laughs. Actually laughs, like the idea of going home just because he collapsed is the most absurd thing he's ever heard. And you realize that you're surrounded by people who've been so thoroughly broken that they can't even recognize their own suffering anymore. They've internalized the sickness so completely that destroying themselves feels like virtue, like honor, like the right and proper thing to do. That night, you leave at midnight. You take the last train home, and standing in the fluorescent-lit car, surrounded by other exhausted salarymen, you have a moment of clarity. You see the future stretching ahead of you. Decades of this. Years and years of arriving before dawn and leaving after midnight. Of sacrificing your health and sanity and humanity for a company that views you as a renewable resource. And you understand with perfect, crystalline certainty that this will kill you. Maybe not today, maybe not this year, but eventually, inevitably, the overwork will break something inside you that can't be fixed. And the company will replace you within a week and forget you ever existed. Month 2 brings a new kind of hell called the drinking culture. Because apparently destroying your body during work hours isn't enough, you also need to destroy it after work hours in the name of team bonding. And refusing is not an option. Not if you want to have any hope of advancement or even basic acceptance. Nomikai, they call it. Drinking gatherings. And your first one happens on a Wednesday evening after a particularly brutal 14-hour shift. Tanaka announces that the section is going out for drinks. His tone suggests this is optional, but his eyes make clear that it absolutely is not. So at 10:30 at night, when all you want is to go home and lose consciousness, you find yourself crammed into an izakaya with 20 of your colleagues, the air thick with cigarette smoke and the smell of grilled meat and desperation. The rules of nomikai are complex and unspoken. You sit in order of seniority. You pour drinks for others before yourself. You never let a senior's glass get empty. You drink when they drink. You laugh at their jokes, even when they're not funny, which is always. You listen to their stories about the old days when work was even harder. And somehow that's supposed to make you feel better about your current suffering. And you absolutely do not refuse a drink when offered, because refusing is insulting, and insult leads to being frozen out. Being marked as someone who doesn't fit in, being quietly shunted aside when promotion time comes around. The first beer goes down easy enough, you're actually thirsty. The second is fine, you're starting to relax a little. The third is when you realize this isn't going to stop. They're not going to have a couple of drinks and call it a night. This is going to continue for hours. And your section chief is already 3 sheets to the wind and showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, he's just ordered another round of sake because beer isn't real drinking and real salarymen drink sake. And you're going to drink it, and you're going to pretend to enjoy it. By 11:30, you've lost count of how many drinks you've had. The room is spinning slightly, and the conversations have devolved into that territory where drunk men think they're being profound, when they're actually just repeating the same tired platitudes about perseverance and loyalty. And you're nodding along, playing your part, because this is a test. This whole evening is a test to see if you can suppress your individuality and blend into the group. If you can drink yourself stupid and still maintain the pretense that this is fun, that this is bonding, that this is anything other than another form of corporate control. Around midnight, Someone suggests going to a second location, because of course they do. One izakaya isn't enough. You need to hit at least 2 or 3 places to prove your dedication. So you stumble out into the street and pile into another establishment. This one even smokier and more cramped. And the drinking continues. And at some point, you end up in a conversation with Yamamoto from sales, who's been with the company for 8 years, and he's telling you with the earnestness of the very drunk that this job will take everything from you, your health, your relationships, your sense of self. He's divorced, hasn't seen his kids in months, has a bleeding ulcer from the stress and drinking, and he's telling you all this while simultaneously insisting that it's worth it, that the company is family, that sacrifice is virtue. And you're too drunk and too tired to point out the contradiction. The night finally ends, around 2 in the morning. You've been awake for nearly 20 hours. You're drunk. You're exhausted. You have to be back at the office in 4.5 hours. And as you're stumbling toward the station, you pass a salaryman in his 50s sleeping on the sidewalk, briefcase clutched to his chest. And nobody stops to check if he's okay, because this is normal. This is so completely normal that it doesn't even register as remarkable. Just another casualty of the drinking culture. Another body waiting for the morning shift to begin. You make it home somehow. You don't remember the train ride. You collapse into bed without even taking off your suit. And when your alarm goes off at 6:30, it feels like you just closed your eyes. And the hangover hits you like a truck, head pounding, stomach churning, mouth tasting like an ashtray. But you drag yourself up and you go to work because calling in sick after a nomikai would be unforgivable. It would mean you can't handle your alcohol, that you're weak, that you lack the constitution to be a real salaryman. You arrive at 7 looking and feeling like death. Several of your colleagues are in the same state. You're all moving slowly, speaking in hushed tones, existing in a shared misery. But the work doesn't stop. The deadlines don't pause for your hangover. Tanaka shows up at 8 looking fresh as a daisy because apparently he's developed some kind of superhuman tolerance after decades of this abuse. And he immediately assigns you a complex task that requires concentration and attention to detail, both of which you completely lack right now. So you do what everyone else does. You mainline coffee, you suffer in silence, you make mistakes and redo your work and slowly, agonizingly, drag yourself through the day. By lunchtime, which you skip because food sounds horrifying, you've learned an important lesson. The nomikai isn't separate from work. It's an extension of work, another arena where you're being evaluated and judged, where the wrong move can destroy your career. And the fact that it happens when you're drunk and exhausted just makes it more insidious because you're expected to maintain perfect professional behavior while simultaneously getting plastered. And if you can't manage that impossible balance, then you're not management material. You don't have what it takes. You might as well give up now. The real genius of the system reveals itself in month 3 when you realize they're not just stealing your time and health, they're stealing your identity, transforming you from an individual human being with thoughts and dreams and personality into an interchangeable corporate unit whose only value lies in your ability to endure suffering without complaint. Your appearance is the first casualty. You used to care about things like style or self-expression. But now you own 7 identical white shirts and 3 identical dark suits. Your hair is cut in the standard short back and sides that every other salaryman sports. You've stopped wearing anything that might suggest individuality because standing out is dangerous. Conformity is survival. And besides, you're too tired to care about what you look like anymore. As long as you're presentable enough that you don't embarrass the company, that's all that matters. Your vocabulary has changed too. You've absorbed all the corporate jargon, all the meaningless phrases that people use to make simple concepts sound important. You talk about synergy and paradigms and leveraging core competencies. And some distant part of you recognizes that these words mean absolutely nothing. They're verbal camouflage designed to make busy work sound strategic. But you use them anyway because that's the language of business. That's how serious professionals communicate. And if you want to be taken seriously, you need to sound like everyone else. Your thinking has been colonized as well. You've started to internalize their logic, their values, their worldview. When you hear about someone working a 40-hour week, you catch yourself thinking they're lazy. When someone takes a sick day, you wonder if they're really sick or just weak. When someone quits to pursue their dreams, you think they're irresponsible. They're letting the team down. Don't they understand the company needs them? And the scary part is, you don't even notice it happening. The transformation is so gradual, so subtle, that by the time you realize you've changed, you can't remember who you used to be. Can't recall what your original dreams were. Can't separate your own thoughts from the corporate programming that's been drilled into your skull through repetition and exhaustion. Your relationships outside work have withered and died, not dramatically, but through simple neglect. You don't have time for friends, don't have energy for family. Your parents call and you make excuses. Your old university buddies invite you out and you decline because you're working, always working. And eventually they stop inviting you. Eventually they give up. And you tell yourself it's fine. The company is your family now. Your colleagues are your friends. But that's a lie. And you know it because these people aren't your friends. They're fellow prisoners. And the moment you show weakness or stop being useful, they'll step over you without hesitation. 3 months in, and you witness your first real casualty. A guy named Kobayashi who joined the same day you did. He's been struggling. Everyone can see it. He's slower than the others, makes more mistakes, can't seem to master the unspoken rules. And the group has already marked him as the weak link. They're not cruel about it, not overtly. But the coldness is there. The slight delays in responding to his questions, the way people's eyes slide past him in meetings, the assignments that are just a bit too complex for his skill level, designed to make him fail. And one Monday morning, he doesn't show up. No explanation, no goodbye, just gone. And when someone asks Tanaka about it, he says Kobayashi has taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. And everyone nods and understands what that really means. It means he broke. He couldn't handle it. He's probably at home right now, staring at his ceiling, wondering how his life went so wrong so fast. And the truly terrifying thing is how quickly everyone forgets him. By Wednesday, his desk has been cleared. By Friday, someone new is sitting there. And Kobayashi might as well have never existed. He's been erased from the corporate memory like he was never part of the machine at all. You work harder after that. Push yourself even further. Because you will not be the next Kobayashi. You will not be the one who breaks. You'll endure. You'll survive. Even if surviving means sacrificing everything that made you human in the first place. And isn't that the whole point? Isn't that exactly what they want? Employees who've given up so completely that resistance doesn't even occur to them anymore. Who've internalized their oppression so thoroughly that they police themselves, that they push themselves harder than any external force could push them. Month 3 is when the health problems start becoming visible. You've developed a persistent cough that won't go away. Your stomach is a constant knot of anxiety and acid. You're losing weight because you forget to eat, and when you do eat, it's convenience store food consumed in 3 minutes at your desk. Your sleep is broken and troubled, filled with stressed dreams about missing deadlines and disappointing Tanaka, and you wake up more exhausted than when you went to bed. But you don't see a doctor because seeing a doctor means admitting something is wrong. And if something is wrong, it's your fault for not being strong enough, for not having what it takes. So you buy over-the-counter medications, you pop antacids like candy, you mainline energy drinks and coffee. You treat the symptoms while the underlying disease spreads deeper. And all around you, your colleagues are doing the same thing. Everyone is falling apart slowly. Everyone is medicating and ignoring and pretending they're fine. And the company doesn't care as long as you keep showing up. Keep producing, keep feeding the machine with your slowly deteriorating body. Month 4 brings a new understanding. You're not here to do good work. You're here to be seen doing work. And there's a crucial difference that takes a while to grasp because it seems so counterintuitive, so wasteful. But once you understand it, the entire system makes a twisted kind of sense. Quality doesn't matter as much as you'd think. Innovation is actually discouraged. Efficiency is suspect. What matters is the performance, the visible demonstration of effort, the theater of productivity. And you learn this lesson the hard way when you find a way to automate part of your data entry work, cutting a 5-hour task down to 30 minutes. And you're so proud of yourself. You've saved time, increased efficiency. Surely this is the kind of initiative that gets rewarded. So you show Tanaka your solution, expecting praise, and instead you get a lecture. He doesn't say it directly. That would be too honest, too revealing. Instead, he talks about the importance of understanding the manual process, about how automation might introduce errors, about how newer employees need to learn the traditional way. But what he's really saying is that you've threatened the system. You've demonstrated that much of what everyone does is unnecessary, that the long hours are partially self-inflicted, that the suffering is as much performance as necessity, and that cannot be acknowledged. So your automation gets shelved, and you go back to the 5-hour manual process, and you never make that mistake again. The real work isn't the work. The real work is looking like you're working, and this requires a whole separate skill set that nobody teaches you explicitly. You have to figure it out through observation and painful trial and error. You learn to keep documents open on your screen, even when you're not actively using them. You learn to look thoughtful and concerned. Even when you're actually zoning out, you learn the art of the strategic sigh, the worried frown, the busy shuffle of papers. You master the ability to type energetically while actually just transcribing your own stream of consciousness thoughts about how much you hate your life. Because what you're typing doesn't matter, only that you appear to be typing with purpose and urgency. Meetings are the ultimate expression of this performance culture. You have so many meetings, endless meetings, meetings about meetings, and 90% of them accomplish absolutely nothing. Decisions that could be made in a 5-minute conversation get stretched into 2-hour marathon sessions, where the same points are discussed repeatedly, where consensus is pursued with religious fervor, even when consensus is impossible or unnecessary. where everyone is so focused on not offending anyone or disrupting the harmony that nothing of substance actually gets decided. But that's fine. That's not what the meeting is for. The meeting exists so everyone can be seen attending the meeting, can be counted as present, as engaged, as part of the collective. And your actual contribution doesn't matter as long as you show up and nod at appropriate intervals and occasionally make a comment that sounds thoughtful but commits you to nothing. You've become fluent in the language of productive ambiguity. You can talk for 5 minutes and say absolutely nothing. You've mastered phrases like, "Let's take that offline and I'll circle back on that." And we should align our stakeholders. And these phrases are beautiful in their emptiness. They sound like action items, but commit you to nothing concrete. They fill time and give the appearance of progress while actually maintaining perfect stasis. And everyone uses them because everyone understands that decisiveness is dangerous. The taking clear positions means being held accountable. And accountability is to be avoided at all costs, because if you're accountable for something, you can be blamed when it goes wrong. Better to spread responsibility so thin that no one person can be faulted. Better to make decisions so collectively that no individual fingerprints remain. The 4th month is also when you start to see the cracks in your colleagues. Not the new people like you who are still in the shock and adaptation phase, but the veterans, the people who've been here for 10 or 15 or 20 years. And you realize with growing horror that they're all damaged in visible ways. Nakamura from accounting has developed a persistent twitch in his left eye. Sato from sales has a stress rash that covers his neck and never quite goes away. Kimura from planning is on his 3rd divorce and jokes about it with a hollowness that makes everyone uncomfortable. And these aren't exceptions. This is the norm. Everyone who's been here for more than a few years is carrying some visible mark of the grind, some physical manifestation of the psychological damage. You attend your 2nd company-wide meeting. They hold them quarterly, and the CEO gives a speech about the company's values, about how employees are the company's greatest asset, about how the organization is like a family. And the cognitive dissonance is overwhelming because you're standing there after working 90-hour weeks for 4 straight months. You're surrounded by people who are literally destroying their health for this company. And this man is talking about how much the company values you. And part of you wants to laugh, and part of you wants to cry, and part of you wants to scream. But instead you applaud, along with everyone else, because that's what you do. You perform appreciation for the performance of caring, and the whole thing is so grotesquely hollow that it would be funny if it wasn't your actual life. That night you work until 1 in the morning on a project that you know doesn't matter, that will probably be changed completely by next week, that exists only to justify someone's position in the hierarchy. And as you're sitting there at your desk long after everyone else has gone home, staring at your screen with burning eyes, you have a moment of clarity. You understand that you're not building anything here, not creating anything of value. You're just feeding the machine, keeping it running, maintaining the systems of pointless complexity that justify the existence of thousands of jobs that probably shouldn't exist. And your role in all of this is to suffer visibly enough that your suffering can be measured and rewarded with slightly less suffering in the future. Maybe, if you're lucky, if you don't break first. The 5th month introduces you to something they don't tell you about in orientation: the elaborate system of unspoken social debts and obligations that govern every interaction in the office. And navigating this invisible web of favors and counter-favors becomes almost a full-time job in itself. A second layer of work that exists beneath the actual work, more important and more dangerous because at least with actual work you know what's expected. But with these social obligations, you're just supposed to know. And if you don't know, you'll offend someone without realizing it and suffer consequences you can't see coming. It starts innocently enough. A senior colleague asks you to help with something outside your normal duties. It's framed as a request, but you understand it's actually a command. So you stay late to help him prepare a presentation, even though you have your own deadlines. And the next day, he thanks you with what seems like genuine gratitude. You feel good about yourself. You've been helpful. You've built a connection. But what you don't realize is that you've now entered into an unspoken obligation. He owes you a favor. And more importantly, you're now expected to track this debt and call it in at some appropriate future moment. Except nobody tells you when that appropriate moment is, or how to call in the favor, or what constitutes equivalent repayment. You're just supposed to feel it, to sense it through some kind of social osmosis that you don't possess because you weren't raised in this culture. You didn't grow up learning these unspoken rules. And so you blunder through making mistakes that mark you as foreign, as other, as someone who doesn't quite fit. You make the error of accepting help from too many people without reciprocating quickly enough. Now you're in debt to half the department. You owe favors you don't know how to repay, and people are starting to view you with a mixture of pity and contempt. The poor, clueless new guy who doesn't understand how things work, who takes advantage of others' kindness without giving back. Never mind that you didn't ask for most of this help, that it was offered freely or sometimes even forced on you. The debt is real and you're responsible for it, whether you agreed to it or not. The gift giving is another minefield. There are specific occasions when you're expected to give specific gifts to specific people. And getting any part of this wrong is a disaster. You give something too expensive and you're showing off or trying to buy favor. You give something too cheap and you're insulting them. You give the wrong kind of gift and you've demonstrated that you don't understand their tastes or position. You forget to give a gift when one is expected, and you might as well have slapped them in the face. And again, nobody publishes the rules. You're supposed to observe and learn and somehow intuit the correct behavior. And if you fail, you'll only know because of the sudden chill in how people treat you, the subtle shift in their interactions that tells you you've committed some unforgivable faux pas. The drinking obligations are the worst because they combine the social debt system with the health-destroying nomikai culture. Someone buys you a drink, you owe them a drink. But you can't just buy them one drink. That would be too direct, too transactional. You need to wait for the right moment, gauge the appropriate response. And meanwhile, you're getting drunk and trying to keep track of a complex web of alcohol-based debts that grows more confusing with every round. And God help you if you forget who bought you what, or if you reciprocate incorrectly. Because these drunken exchanges are taken deadly seriously. They're how trust is built, how alliances are formed, how the real business of the company gets done. And failing at this drunk social accounting is failing at your job, as surely as missing a deadline. Month 5 is also when you start to understand the concept of reading the air. Kuaki wo yomu, they call it. The ability to sense the unspoken mood and expectations of a situation and adjust your behavior accordingly. And this is perhaps the most important skill you can develop. More important than your actual job skills, more important than your work ethic. Because someone who can't read the air is dangerous. They disrupt the group harmony. They say the wrong thing at the wrong time. They make everyone uncomfortable. And the group will eventually reject them like a body rejecting a foreign organ. You practice reading the air constantly. You watch facial expressions and body language. You listen to tone more than words. You try to sense the emotional temperature of the room before you speak or act. And it's exhausting. It's like being constantly on stage performing in a play where the script keeps changing and you're the only one who doesn't know the new lines. But slowly, painfully, you start to get better at it. You start to feel the subtle currents of group dynamics. You begin to understand when your input is wanted and when you should shut up, when agreement is expected and when polite dissent is acceptable. And this skill comes at a cost because developing it means suppressing your natural reactions, means constantly second-guessing your instincts, means never being able to just be yourself because yourself might read the air wrong and cause problems. The 5th month is when you have your first real conflict with a colleague. Nothing dramatic, just a disagreement about how to approach a project. But it escalates in ways you don't expect because it's not really about the project. It's about face, about respect, about position in the hierarchy. And suddenly you're in a situation where you know you're right, but being right doesn't matter. What matters is that you've challenged someone's idea in a way that made them look bad in front of others. And now there's a debt. Not the kind you can repay with a favor. The kind that can only be settled by you humiliating yourself, by apologizing profusely for something that wasn't your fault, by accepting blame you don't deserve. And you do it. You swallow your pride and you apologize and you debase yourself because the alternative is becoming a pariah, is being frozen out, is spending the next however many years in social Siberia. And as you're bowing and scraping and using the most formal apologetic language you can muster, some part of you dies. Some piece of your self-respect crumbles away. And you understand that this is the point. This is how they break you completely. Not through overwork alone, but through forcing you to participate in your own degradation, to choose humiliation over honesty, harmony over integrity. And once you've made that choice enough times, there's no self left to defend, just a hollow performance of personhood going through the motions. 6 months in, and your body has become a stranger to you. A malfunctioning machine that you're forced to inhabit and push beyond its limits. And the symptoms are no longer subtle things you can ignore. They're screaming at you with increasing urgency that something is fundamentally wrong. But you've learned to treat your body like an enemy combatant, something to be suppressed and controlled rather than listened to. And this adversarial relationship with your own physical form is so normalized in this environment that nobody even questions it. Everyone is waging the same war against their own biology and losing slowly. Your sleep schedule has devolved into something barely recognizable as sleep. You get maybe 4 or 5 hours a night if you're lucky. And even that is fragmented and restless. You lie in bed mentally reviewing all the things you did wrong that day, all the social missteps you made, all the work you didn't finish. And your brain won't shut off because it's been trained to be constantly vigilant, constantly anxious, constantly preparing for the next crisis. And when you finally do drift off, you wake up multiple times, jolting awake at 3 in the morning in a panic about a deadline or meeting. And by the time your alarm goes off at 6, you feel like you haven't slept at all. Like you've just been lying there in a state of semi-consciousness, waiting for permission to get up. The weight loss is noticeable now. Your suits hang loose on your frame. Your face has that hollowed-out quality you see in famine photographs. And it's not intentional. You're not trying to lose weight. You're just forgetting to eat because eating takes time and energy and mental bandwidth that you don't have. Breakfast is a convenience store. Rice ball consumed while walking to the station. Lunch is skipped entirely, or it's another convenience store sandwich eaten in 3 minutes at your desk. Dinner is ramen from a vending machine, or sometimes nothing at all because you get home at midnight and you're too tired to eat. Too tired to do anything except collapse. And on the rare occasions when you do have a proper meal, your stomach has shrunk so much that you can only handle a few bites before feeling uncomfortably full. Your body has adapted to scarcity, has learned to function on minimal fuel, and in the weird logic of this culture that's actually seen as admirable, as evidence of your dedication. The headaches are constant now, a dull throb that lives behind your eyes and never quite goes away. You've developed a relationship with pain medication that probably isn't healthy. You're taking ibuprofen multiple times a day, mixing it with caffeine pills and energy drinks in combinations that can't possibly be good for your liver, and you know you should see a doctor, but that would mean admitting weakness, would mean taking time off, would mean falling behind. And you can't afford any of those things. So you self-medicate and hope for the best and try not to. Think about what you're doing to your body long-term. The mental symptoms are harder to define, but more disturbing. Your concentration is shot. You find yourself staring at your screen for minutes at a time without processing anything. You read the same email 4 times before the words penetrate. You make mistakes you would never have made 6 months ago. Simple errors in calculation or judgment. And you catch yourself having moments where you're not sure if you're awake or dreaming, where reality has that fuzzy dissociative quality that suggests your brain is starting to break down from the sustained stress. And sometimes you'll be in the middle of a task and suddenly realize you have no memory of the last 10 minutes. Like you've been operating on autopilot and your conscious mind just checked out for a while. The emotional blunting is perhaps the most disturbing change. You used to feel things, used to have emotional responses to situations. But now there's just a gray flatness, an emotional numbness that makes everything seem equally unimportant, equally distant, your parents call, and you can barely muster the energy to care. A friend from university tells you they're getting married, and you feel nothing. No happiness for them. No envy. No anything. Just a vast emptiness where feelings used to be. And you know intellectually that this isn't normal, that this is probably depression or burnout or some other clinical condition that has a name and a treatment. But knowing that doesn't help. Doesn't give you the energy or time or resources to address it. So you just exist in this emotional wasteland and tell yourself, it's fine, it's normal. Everyone feels like this. Look at your colleagues. They're all operating in the same dead-eyed state. And if everyone is depressed, then is anyone really depressed? Or is this just what adult life in a corporation feels like? Month 6 is when you witness your first ambulance. It happens on a Wednesday afternoon. Matsumoto from planning just collapses at his desk. Not dramatically. He doesn't clutch his chest or cry out. He just slumps forward onto his keyboard like someone turned off his power. And for a few seconds, nobody reacts because it looks like he might just be resting his head. And then someone notices he's not moving, not breathing right. And suddenly there's activity. Someone calls for help. Someone else is trying to get him into recovery position, and the ambulance arrives and takes him away. And later you hear he had a stroke. He's 42 years old, doesn't smoke, no family history of heart disease, just worked himself into a medical emergency. And the company sends flowers to the hospital and everyone signs a card, and then it's back to work. Back to the grind. Because what else are you going to do? And Matsumoto's desk sits empty for a week before someone new is assigned to it. And that's when you understand, with perfect clarity, that you are disposable. That no matter how much you sacrifice, how many hours you work, how thoroughly you destroy your health, the company will discard you without hesitation. And the moment you can't perform anymore, they'll send flowers and make sympathetic noises and replace you before your body is cold. And this knowledge should make you quit, should make you run for the exit. But instead, it just makes you work harder, because at least if you're working, you're not thinking, you're not processing, you're not dealing with the existential horror of your situation. You're just moving forward, always forward. Because stopping means confronting what you've become. And you're not ready for that. Might never be ready for that. So you keep going. Keep pushing. Keep feeding the machine with pieces of yourself until there's nothing left. Month 7 brings the annual performance review. And you approach it with a naive assumption that this will be an objective evaluation of your work, a chance to discuss your accomplishments and areas for improvement. Maybe negotiate a raise or promotion. But what you get instead is a masterclass in corporate gaslighting disguised as professional development. A 90-minute session where everything you've sacrificed is somehow simultaneously acknowledged and dismissed. Where your overwork is praised but not rewarded. Where your visible suffering is reframed as insufficient effort. Tanaka sits across from you in a small conference room. He has a folder with your performance metrics, and he starts by saying, "You've done well, you've adapted quickly, you work hard," and for a brief moment, you let yourself hope that this is going somewhere positive. But then comes the pivot, the inevitable. But that precedes the real message. But you still have areas that need improvement, and he starts listing things that have nothing to do with your actual work quality. You need to be more proactive, which means you should volunteer for even more work than you're already doing. You need to show more initiative, which means you should anticipate needs before they're expressed and solve problems before they're identified, essentially becoming psychic. You need to improve your communication skills, which is code for you need to read the air better, need to understand the unspoken expectations, need to conform more thoroughly to the group consciousness. He never once mentions the 90-hour weeks, the destroyed sleep schedule, the weight loss, the obvious deterioration of your health, or rather, he mentions them only obliquely by saying you seem tired lately. Maybe you should work on your stamina. As if stamina is the issue, as if the problem is your weakness rather than the system's demands. And you want to laugh or cry or scream. But instead you nod and take notes and promise to do better, because what else can you do? Challenging him would be career suicide. Pointing out the insanity of the expectations would mark you as someone who doesn't get it, who doesn't have what it takes, who should probably start looking for work elsewhere. The salary discussion is even more demoralizing. You've been here 7 months, working hours that would constitute 2 full-time jobs anywhere else. And your raise is 3%, barely enough to keep pace with inflation. Certainly not compensation for the literal years of your life you've compressed into these 7 months. And when you try to bring this up, try to suggest that maybe your performance warrants something more substantial. Tanaka looks genuinely confused, as if the concept of linking compensation to actual effort is foreign to him. and he explains patiently, like he's talking to a child, that raises are determined by seniority and tenure, not by individual performance. Everyone at your level gets the same raise. It would be unfair to the group to single anyone out for special treatment. And besides, you're still very junior. You haven't earned a significant raise yet. Maybe in a few years, maybe after you've really proven yourself. And that phrase, really proven yourself, hangs in the air like a threat because what you've done so far apparently doesn't count. The 7 months of hell were just the baseline, just the bare minimum expected of every new employee. Real proof would require years more of this, decades perhaps, an infinite regression of suffering where the goalposts keep moving and the rewards keep receding into the distance. The performance review includes a self-evaluation component. You're supposed to rate yourself on various metrics and write about your accomplishments and goals. And this is its own special torture because rating yourself too highly seems arrogant. But rating yourself too low seems like you lack confidence, and you don't know which is worse. So you go for middle scores on everything, trying to project humble competence, and you write carefully worded statements about wanting to contribute more to the team, wanting to develop your skills, wanting to better serve the company's mission. And every word feels like a betrayal of yourself, like you're actively participating in your own indoctrination, writing the script of your own subjugation and performing it with enthusiasm. Tanaka reads your self-evaluation and nods approvingly. You've done well here. You're learning to think like a company man. And the praise makes you feel dirty somehow, violated, like you've passed a test you didn't know you were taking. And the reward is permission to continue suffering. And as you leave the conference room, you pass Yamada going in for his review. And you exchange a look, nothing dramatic, just a brief moment of eye contact. But in that look is shared understanding, shared misery, shared recognition that you're both trapped in the same machine. And the performance review is just another gear in that machine, another mechanism for extracting compliance and manufacturing consent. That night, you stay late. Not because you have urgent work, but because going home feels pointless. Your apartment is just a place to sleep badly for a few hours before returning to the office. And you find yourself wondering what the point of all this is, what you're working toward, what the end game looks like. And you can't come up with a satisfying answer. You'll work hard for years, maybe decades, slowly destroying your health and your relationships and any possibility of a life outside work. And eventually, if you're lucky and don't die or break first, you'll be promoted to section chief, and then maybe department head. And then what? You'll become Tanaka. You'll become the person conducting soul-crushing performance reviews and perpetuating the same system that crushed you. You'll become the mechanism of someone else's suffering. And that's supposed to be success. That's supposed to be the dream. And sitting there in the empty office at 10 at night, fluorescent lights humming overhead, you finally admit to yourself that this is not sustainable, that something has to change. But you don't know what, and you don't know how, and you're too tired to figure it out tonight. So you push the thought away and get back to work, because work is simple, work is clear. Work doesn't ask uncomfortable questions about the meaning or purpose or cost of what you're doing. Work just demands, and you supply, and the cycle continues. Month 8 is when the masks start slipping, when people can no longer maintain the facade of normalcy, and you see what prolonged exposure to the system does to human beings. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete, visceral ways that make it impossible to pretend everything is fine. Kawamoto from sales has started talking to himself, not quietly under his breath, but actual conversations with invisible people. And everyone pretends not to notice, because acknowledging it would mean confronting the fact that a colleague is having a psychological break right in front of you. And confronting that would raise questions about your own sanity, about how close you might be to the same edge. So it's easier to just ignore it, to step around his desk and avoid eye contact and hope someone else deals with it eventually. The crying has become commonplace. You hear it from the bathrooms now, muffled sobs from the stalls. And you know you should check on whoever it is. Should offer some kind of support, but you don't, because you barely have enough energy to hold yourself together. You can't take on anyone else's breakdown, so you wash your hands quickly and leave and pretend you heard nothing. And everyone does the same. Everyone has silently agreed that emotional collapse is a private matter to be endured alone, that offering help would be intrusive, would be forcing someone to acknowledge their weakness in front of a witness, and that would be cruel. Or at least, that's how you justify your inaction to yourself. Your own mental state has deteriorated to the point where you're having intrusive thoughts about escape. Violent, vivid fantasies about just walking out the door and never coming back, about getting on a train to nowhere, about disappearing so completely that they could never find you and drag you back. And these thoughts are simultaneously terrifying and comforting. Terrifying because they represent a complete break with everything you've worked for, everything you're supposed to want. But comforting because at least they're thoughts about something other than work. At least they represent some kind of agency, even if that agency is purely destructive. The hierarchical nature of the suffering becomes more apparent in month 8. You notice that the junior employees like yourself are falling apart faster than the seniors, which makes sense given that you work longer hours and have less autonomy. But what's interesting is that the seniors seem almost resentful of your suffering, like you haven't earned the right to break down yet. Like you need to put in another decade or two before you're allowed to have health problems or mental health crises. And this creates a perverse competition where everyone is trying to prove their suffering is more legitimate, more severe, more worthy of acknowledgement than everyone else's. And the result is that nobody gets help because admitting you need help is admitting you're weaker than your colleagues. And in this environment, weakness is death. Month 8 brings the first suicide. Not at the office, but everyone knows about it within hours. Hashimoto from the legal department, 37 years old, jumped in front of a train on Sunday evening, and the news spreads through the office in whispers. Hushed conversations that stop abruptly when managers approach. And the official response is to pretend it didn't happen. There's no announcement, no acknowledgement. Just a day later, his desk is empty and someone new is being hired. And it's like he never existed, but everyone knows. Everyone carries the knowledge that one of your own decided the only way out was no longer being alive. And nobody talks about the why of it. Nobody suggests that maybe working conditions contributed. Nobody questions whether the system itself might be murderous. Because questioning that would mean questioning everything. Would mean admitting that you're all complicit in a machine that occasionally kills people. And that's too much to process while you're trying to survive the day. You attend the funeral, not because you knew Hashimoto well, but because the section is going and not attending would be noticed. And it's a Buddhist ceremony, traditional and formal. And his mother is there looking destroyed, incomprehending. And you want to tell her something, want to explain or apologize or acknowledge what happened. But what would you say? Sorry your son was worked to death by a system we're all trapped in. Sorry we're going to go back to the office tomorrow and continue feeding that same system with our own lives. Sorry we learned nothing from his death and will change nothing in response to it. The funeral is on a Tuesday afternoon. You all take 3 hours off to attend. And then it's back to the office. Back to the exact same conditions that contributed to Hashimoto's death. And the cognitive dissonance is overwhelming. You're sitting at your desk doing data entry while the memory of his mother's grief is still fresh in your mind. And you want to scream, want to shake everyone and force them to see what's happening. But instead, you keep typing, keep working, keep pretending this is normal because everyone around you is pretending it's normal. And if everyone agrees to the same delusion, then maybe it becomes reality. Or at least becomes survivable. Month 8 is also when you start having physical symptoms that can't be ignored. Chest pains that come and go. Moments where your heart races for no reason. Where you feel dizzy and unsteady. Where your left arm goes numb and you wonder if this is it. If you're about to become the next Matsumoto or the next Hashimoto, and you should see a doctor, but you're terrified of what they might find. Terrified they'll tell you to quit or reduce your hours or make some other recommendation that's completely incompatible with keeping your job. So you suffer through it. You take deep breaths and tell yourself it's just stress, just anxiety, nothing serious. And maybe you're right, or maybe you're in denial. But either way, you keep working because what else can you do? Your entire identity is now wrapped up in this job. Your entire social world exists within this company. Walking away would mean losing everything you've built, even if what you've built is a prison made of spreadsheets and pointless meetings and slowly accumulating health problems. You find yourself researching karoshi late at night, reading Wikipedia articles about death from overwork, looking at statistics about how many people die each year from excessive work hours. And the numbers are horrifying, but also somehow comforting, because at least you're not alone. At least there's a name for what's happening to you. At least you're part of a recognized phenomenon rather than just individually weak or broken. And you read about the symptoms, the warning signs, chronic fatigue, chest pain, depression, sleep disturbance. And you tick every box. You're a textbook case. And you wonder how long you have. How many more months or years before your body finally gives out. And you try to calculate whether you'll last long enough to make it worth it. Whether the pension and benefits and career advancement you might eventually receive will be adequate compensation for the life you're sacrificing. And the math doesn't work out. It never works out. But you keep going anyway because stopping would mean admitting you've wasted 8 months of your life for nothing. Would mean confronting the sunk cost fallacy that keeps you trapped. And you're not ready for that reckoning yet. Might never be ready. So you close the browser and go to bed and wake up the next morning and do it all again. Month 9 introduces you to the concept of the window tribe. Madogi Watsoku. The people who've been effectively fired but not officially terminated because lifetime employment means the company can't actually let them go. So instead, they're given a desk by the window with no responsibilities, no assignments, no purpose. Just a salary and a chair, and the slow psychological torture of being present but pointless. And you start to see these people now that you know what to look for. Middle-aged men mostly, sitting by the windows, staring out at the city. Sometimes pretending to read documents, but mostly just existing in a kind of limbo. and you realize this is another form of corporate murder. Slower than karoshi, but just as effective. Because what these men are experiencing is a death of the self, a systematic erasure of identity and purpose that will eventually break them just as surely as the overwork breaks others. The window tribe members are treated as invisible. People walk past their desks without acknowledgement. They're excluded from meetings and emails and the general flow of office life. And the cruelty of it is breathtaking. They're being punished for some perceived failure by being forced to witness everyone else working while they sit idle. And the company won't fire them because that would cost money and damage the lifetime employment reputation. But they also won't let them leave with dignity or find work elsewhere because the stigma of abandoning your company is too great. So they're trapped, stuck in this purgatory of meaningless existence. And every day you see them is a reminder of what awaits you if you fail. If you don't work hard enough, if you make the wrong political move or offend the wrong person, this could be your future. Decades of sitting by a window watching your life pass by. You have a conversation with one of them, Ito from what used to be the marketing department. You're both there late one evening, you're working, and he's just there because he has nowhere else to go. His wife left him, his kids don't talk to him. And the office is the only structure he has left, even though the office has made it clear he's not wanted. And he tells you his story, how he spoke up once about a project he thought was wasteful. How he was right, but being right didn't matter because he made his manager look bad. And that was 10 years ago. 10 years of sitting by this window doing nothing, watching younger employees get promoted while he's frozen in time. And he asks you with genuine curiosity whether you think it was worth it. Whether he should have just kept his mouth shut and gone along. And you don't have an answer because both options seem equally terrible. Speaking up destroyed him, but staying silent means participating in your own oppression. And there's no good choice, just different flavors of suffering. Month 9 is when they announce a new initiative. The company is concerned about employee wellness, apparently. They're going to implement programs to improve work-life balance. And the announcement is met with barely concealed skepticism. Because everyone knows it's performative. It's a response to the recent suicide and the karoshi statistics that are starting to get media attention. But nothing will actually change because changing would mean fundamentally altering the culture. And nobody in power wants that. So instead, you get wellness seminars during lunch hour that nobody can attend. Because everyone works through lunch, you get brochures about stress management that sit unread on desks. You get encouragement to use your vacation days, even though taking vacation is effectively career suicide because you'll fall behind and be marked as uncommitted. The Wellness Initiative includes a new policy, mandatory early departure days, 2 Wednesdays a month. Everyone is supposed to leave by 6 in the evening. And this sounds good in theory, but in practice it just means you take work home. You stay late the other days to compensate. And the mandatory early departure becomes another source of stress because you're racing to finish enough work before 6 to justify leaving. And if you don't make it, if you stay past 6 on a mandatory early day, you're marked as someone who can't manage their time properly, who needs to work on efficiency. Never mind that your workload is impossible to complete in any reasonable time frame. That's your problem to solve. Your failure to adapt. You attend one of the wellness seminars out of curiosity. It's led by an external consultant who clearly has no understanding of the actual working conditions. She talks about mindfulness and meditation and setting boundaries. and she recommends 8 hours of sleep and regular exercise and taking breaks throughout the day. And everything she says is technically correct, but completely inapplicable to your reality. And you can see your colleagues struggling not to laugh or cry, can see the absurdist humor in being told to set boundaries by someone who doesn't understand that boundaries don't exist here. That suggesting you could simply refuse to work overtime or push back on unreasonable demands is like suggesting you could simply refuse gravity. It's not a matter of willpower. It's a matter of fundamental forces that govern your existence. The consultant asks if anyone has questions, and the room is silent because what would you even ask? How do I set boundaries when my entire job depends on having no boundaries? How do I reduce stress when stress is the defining characteristic of this environment? How do I take care of my physical health when the job demands I sacrifice my physical health? But nobody asks these questions because asking would be admitting defeat, would be acknowledging that the wellness initiative is a cruel joke. So everyone sits there in polite silence, and the consultant looks pleased, assumes the lack of questions means everyone understands and will implement her suggestions, and you file out of the conference room and return to your desks, and nothing changes. Nothing ever changes except the slow accumulation of damage to your body and mind. Month 9 is also when you notice that your memory is starting to fail. Not in dramatic ways, but in small, concerning gaps. You forget conversations you had yesterday, can't remember if you completed certain tasks, find yourself checking the same email multiple times because you can't retain the information. And this cognitive decline is terrifying because your mind is the only asset you have. If your brain stops working properly, then what value do you bring to the company? What's preventing you from becoming the next Window Tribe member? And you try to convince yourself it's just stress, just fatigue, nothing permanent. But you're not sure. You're not sure of anything anymore. And the uncertainty is its own form of torture. You find yourself making lists obsessively, writing down everything because you can't trust your brain to remember. And your desk becomes covered with sticky notes, little yellow reminders of tasks and deadlines and commitments. And you know this isn't normal. Know this is a sign that something is breaking down. But you adapt. You work around your failing memory. You develop systems and processes to compensate. Because acknowledging that you have a serious problem would mean doing something about it. And doing something about it would mean confronting the source of the problem, would mean admitting that this job is destroying you and you need to leave. And you're not ready for that admission. Not yet, maybe not ever. So you keep making lists and keep forgetting things and keep pretending that this is manageable, that you're handling it, that you're fine. Everything is fine. You're fine. 10 months in, and you've stopped recognizing yourself in mirrors. Not in a metaphorical sense, but literally. You catch your reflection in the bathroom or in a window, and there's a moment of genuine confusion where you don't immediately identify the person looking back at you as yourself. It's like looking at a stranger who happens to be wearing your face. And this disconnect is deeply disturbing, but also somehow appropriate. Because you're not the person who started this job. That person is gone. Replaced by this hollow shell that goes through the motions of living while actually just serving the corporate machine. The social fabric of the office has become clearer to you now. You understand that there are factions and alliances, invisible networks of loyalty and obligation that determine who gets promoted and who gets sidelined. And navigating this political landscape is more important than actual job performance. You've seen brilliant people get passed over because they didn't align with the right faction, and mediocre people advance because they had the correct patron. And this knowledge is both useful and demoralizing because it means merit barely matters. What matters is your ability to position yourself within the hierarchy, to make yourself useful to the right people, to be seen as loyal and compliant and non-threatening. You've been cultivating relationships with senior managers, not friendships exactly, but professional connections that might prove beneficial. And this involves a careful balance of being present without being pushy, being helpful without being obsequious, demonstrating competence without threatening anyone's position. And it's exhausting. It's like playing a chess game where the rules change constantly and the other players won't tell you what moves they're planning. You're operating on incomplete information and trying to guess what will advance your position without destroying it. The drinking has intensified, not just the mandatory nomikai, but your personal consumption. You've started stopping at convenience stores on the way home to buy beer or whiskey, drinking alone in your apartment before bed because it's the only way to quiet your mind enough to sleep. And you know this is a problem. Know you're developing a dependency. But the alternative is lying awake for hours with your thoughts racing, reliving every mistake you made that day, anticipating every crisis that might happen tomorrow. And alcohol provides temporary relief from that mental torture. So you drink, and you tell yourself it's under control, that you're not like the older salarymen who are obviously alcoholics. You're just using alcohol as a tool, as medication. And if the line between medication and addiction is blurry, well, that's a problem for future you to worry about. Month 10 brings the realization that your personal relationships have completely atrophied. You haven't spoken to your university friends in months. Your family gets occasional emails, but you never call. You had a romantic relationship when you started this job, but that ended around month 5 when your partner gave you an ultimatum: the job or them. And you chose the job. Or more accurately, you were so deep in the system by that point that choosing anything else didn't feel possible. And now you're alone, completely alone, except for your colleagues who aren't really friends, who are just people you suffer alongside. And you tell yourself that's fine, that relationships are a luxury you can't afford right now, that once you're more established, once you've proven yourself, once you get promoted, then you'll have time for a personal life. But you're starting to suspect that's a lie, that there is no mythical future where work becomes less demanding. The demands just change shape, evolve, expand to fill whatever time and energy you have available. You witness a breakdown during a meeting. Takahashi from operations just loses it. Starts shouting about how the project timeline is impossible, how everyone is pretending it's feasible when it clearly isn't, how they're all just lying to each other and to themselves. And he's right. Everything he's saying is correct. The timeline is insane. The expectations are unrealistic. But he's committed the cardinal sin of saying it out loud, of breaking the collective delusion. And you watch as his career ends in real time. His manager quietly suggests he take a break, step outside, get some air. And Takahashi leaves the conference room and doesn't come back. And the meeting continues without him, everyone acting like nothing happened. And 2 days later, you hear he's been transferred to a subsidiary in a minor position. Effectively exiled, punished for his moment of honesty. The message is clear: dissent is not tolerated. Questioning the system is career death. You can think whatever you want, but you must maintain the performance of belief. Must continue acting as if the impossible is possible, as if the unreasonable is reasonable, as if the destructive is productive. And everyone gets this message. Everyone understands that Takahashi's fate is a warning. So you keep your mouth shut and you nod along and you commit to impossible timelines. And you pretend to believe it's all achievable. And this performance becomes so habitual that you're not sure anymore where the performance ends and genuine belief begins. You've gaslit yourself so thoroughly that you might actually believe the lies you're telling. Month 10 is when you start having fantasies about illness. Actual detailed fantasies where you get sick enough to be hospitalized, but not sick enough to die or have permanent damage. Just sick enough that you'd be forced to take time off, forced to rest. And nobody could blame you because it wouldn't be your choice. It would be medical necessity. And these fantasies are so appealing that you catch yourself hoping for illness. Hoping for some external intervention that would give you permission to stop, and you recognize how twisted this is, how psychologically damaged you must be to wish for illness as an escape route. But the recognition doesn't make the fantasies stop. They persist, detailed elaborate scenarios where you collapse and wake up in a hospital bed, and someone tells you that you need to rest for a month. And in these fantasies, you feel relief. Pure, uncomplicated relief. And that tells you everything you need to know about your mental state. You're losing time, not memory gaps, but actual time. Days that blend together into an indistinguishable gray mass where you can't remember what happened when. Monday is the same as Thursday is the same as Saturday when you're working. It all becomes one continuous present tense of suffering, and you realize you've lost the ability to conceive of the future in any meaningful way. You can't imagine what your life will look like in a year, or 5 years, or 10 years. Can't picture yourself anywhere other than this office, doing this work, existing in this state of perpetual exhaustion. And the inability to envision a future is its own kind of death, a foreclosure of possibility that leaves you trapped in an eternal now that never improves and never ends. 11 months and you've entered what you now recognize as a holding pattern, a state of exhausted equilibrium where you're not improving but you're not actively deteriorating either. You found your baseline of dysfunction and settled into it. And this stability is somehow more terrifying than the free fall of the first few months because it suggests this could continue indefinitely, that you could exist in this state for years, decades, that this is your life now and there's no dramatic climax coming, no breaking point, just endless grinding repetition until your body or mind finally gives out. The work itself has become automatic. You can complete most tasks without conscious thought. Your hands move across the keyboard. You attend meetings and make appropriate noises. You bow at correct angles and use proper honorifics. All of it happening without your active participation, like you're watching someone else operate your body while your consciousness floats somewhere overhead, disconnected and observing. And this autopilot mode is both useful and horrifying. Useful because it allows you to survive the days without expending mental energy you don't have. Horrifying because it raises questions about whether you're really alive in any meaningful sense, or just a biological automation running through programmed responses. You've stopped trying to change things. Stopped looking for ways to improve efficiency or suggest innovations because you've learned that change is threatening to the system. That stability is valued over improvement, that doing things the way they've always been done is safer than trying new approaches, even when the old approaches are obviously inferior. And you've seen what happens to people who push too hard for change. They get marginalized, or transferred, or slowly frozen out. So you conform. You do things the established way. You maintain the status quo. And part of you dies with each compromise, but at least you're surviving. At least you're not the next Takahashi or the next Kobayashi. The 11th month brings a company trip, a mandatory team-building retreat to an onsen resort. And you approach this with extreme ambivalence, because on one hand, it's time away from the office, different scenery, a break in routine. But on the other hand, it's not really time off. It's work disguised as leisure. You're still being evaluated, still being judged on your social performance, still navigating the same hierarchical dynamics, just in a different setting. And the forced fun is exhausting in its own way. You're expected to participate in group activities with enthusiasm, to drink heavily in the evenings, to engage in the mandatory bath time where you're naked and vulnerable with your colleagues, and this is supposed to build trust or camaraderie or something. But mostly, it just feels like another test, another opportunity to fail. The onsen experience is particularly uncomfortable because there's no privacy. You're physically exposed, and you can see the toll the work has taken on everyone's bodies. The weight loss or weight gain, the stress rashes and muscle tension, the prematurely aged skin, and you realize you're all falling apart together. You're all slowly being destroyed by the same machine. And seeing it so literally, so physically, makes it impossible to maintain the usual denial. You can't pretend everything is fine when you're literally looking at the evidence of collective deterioration. And the conversation during the bath is surreal because everyone maintains the cheerful facade, even while displaying bodies that tell a different story, talking about work and projects and deadlines while visibly falling apart. The mandatory karaoke session that night goes until 3 in the morning. Everyone has to sing. Refusal is not an option. And you watch as your colleagues get progressively drunker, more emotional. And the songs they choose are revealing. Lots of enka, traditional Japanese music that's all about suffering and perseverance and sacrifice. And you realize these songs are the closest anyone gets to expressing their real feelings. The lyrics are all about enduring hardship and maintaining duty even when it destroys you. And everyone sings with genuine emotion, some people crying openly, and it's cathartic, but also desperately sad. Because even in their emotional release, they're reinforcing the same values that are killing them. Even their rebellion is conformist. Even their suffering is performed according to script. You sing your song, something appropriately melancholic, and you're surprised by how emotional you get. How the act of singing about suffering allows you to feel things you've been suppressing for months. And for 3 minutes, you're actually experiencing your own emotions rather than performing someone else's expectations. And it's simultaneously liberating and pathetic that singing a sad song at karaoke is the most authentic moment you've had in nearly a year. The next morning, everyone is hungover and exhausted, but you still have to attend the scheduled team-building exercises, trust falls, and group problem-solving activities that would be insultingly juvenile, even if everyone wasn't operating on 2 hours of sleep and fighting the urge to vomit. And you go through the motions, you participate with the minimum enthusiasm necessary, and you look around at your colleagues doing the same, and you realize that nobody believes in any of this. Everyone understands it's theater. But the theater must continue because acknowledging its falseness would undermine the entire system. So you fall backwards into your coworker's arms, trusting they'll catch you because the exercise requires it. And they do catch you. And the facilitator says something about trust and teamwork. And everyone nods. And nothing means anything. Everything is performance. Performance all the way down. The bus ride back to Tokyo is quiet, everyone lost in their own thoughts or sleeping off the hangover, and you look out the window at the countryside passing by, and you think about how just 2 days ago you were dreading this trip. And now you're dreading going back to the office even more. And you realize there's no escape. There's no good option. Every choice is just a different flavor of misery. And the best you can hope for is to minimize the suffering, to find the path of least resistance through the maze of corporate hell, to survive one more day and then another until eventually you don't. Month 12, 1 full year, and you've survived. You've actually made it through 12 months of this psychological and physical torture. And there should be some sense of accomplishment, some pride in your endurance. But instead, there's just a hollow recognition that you've condemned yourself to more of the same, because making it to 1 year means they know you can handle it, means the baseline has been established, means everything you've endured becomes the new normal. And next year will be just as bad or worse, because they'll keep pushing until they find your actual breaking point. The 1 year mark comes with a small ceremony. They do this for all employees who complete their first year. You're called up in front of the department and given a certificate and a pin. And your manager makes a short speech about your dedication and potential. And everyone applauds politely. And you stand there, holding this piece of paper that commemorates your own destruction. This certificate that might as well read, "Congratulations on successfully sacrificing your health and sanity for corporate profit." And you smile and bow and say thank you, because that's the script. That's the performance required. And you return to your desk and put the certificate in a drawer and never look at it again. You notice new hires starting, fresh-faced kids who look exactly like you did a year ago. And you want to warn them, want to pull them aside and tell them to run, to get out while they still can. But you don't, because warning them would be admitting that you made a mistake, would be acknowledging that the last year was a waste. And besides, they wouldn't listen. You wouldn't have listened if someone had warned you. You would have thought you were different, thought you were stronger, thought you could handle it, just like they think now. And so the cycle perpetuates. New victims feeding into the machine to replace the ones who break, and you're complicit in it now. You're part of the system that chews people up. You've become one of the gears. Your body has adapted to the punishment in disturbing ways. You've developed a kind of tolerance to exhaustion where you can function on minimal sleep. You've learned to ignore hunger and thirst and the need for rest. You've rewired your stress response so that panic feels normal and calm feels wrong. And these adaptations allow you to survive. But they're also evidence of damage. Proof that you're not the same organism you were a year ago. You've evolved specifically to endure conditions that would have destroyed your previous self. And evolution in response to hostile environments is still damage, even if it improves survival. You're like a plant that's learned to grow in toxic soil, technically alive, but fundamentally corrupted. The dreams when you manage to have them are all work-related now. You don't dream about anything else. Your subconscious has been completely colonized by the office. You dream about missing deadlines and disappointing Tanaka and making presentation errors. And you wake up from these dreams more stressed than when you went to sleep. So even unconsciousness provides no escape. Even your sleeping mind is working overtime, processing and reprocessing the same anxieties. And you wonder if this is permanent, if you'll ever be able to dream about something other than work, if there's any part of your psyche that hasn't been conquered by corporate concerns. Month 12 brings a restructuring announcement. The company is reorganizing to improve efficiency, which is corporate speak for layoffs and consolidation. And even though you have lifetime employment in theory, the stress of the uncertainty is overwhelming. People are going to be moved. Positions are going to be eliminated or transformed. And nobody knows who will be affected or how. And the management deliberately keeps everyone in the dark because the uncertainty keeps you compliant, keeps you working hard to prove your value, and you watch as the rumor mill grinds into action, as people try to position themselves advantageously, try to align with the right factions, try to make themselves indispensable. And the political maneuvering becomes even more intense than usual, everyone trying to secure their position while the ground shifts beneath them. You're assigned a new project, something that's supposed to demonstrate your capabilities and justify your continued employment. And it's another impossible timeline with unrealistic expectations. But you can't say no, can't push back, because pushing back during a restructuring would be suicidal. So you commit to it. You promise to deliver, and you start working even longer hours than before, which you didn't think was possible, but apparently there are always more hours to extract, always more of yourself to burn. And you're running on fumes now. You're operating on sheer momentum and fear, because stopping would mean confronting what you've become. And you can't afford that confrontation, not now. Not when everything is unstable and your position is uncertain. The restructuring drags on for weeks. The announcement was made, but the actual changes are being implemented slowly, person by person, department by department. And living through this prolonged uncertainty is its own form of torture. You come in every day, not knowing if this will be the day you're called into a meeting and told your position is being eliminated, or if you're being transferred to some subsidiary in a different city, or if you're being demoted or promoted or left exactly where you are. And the not knowing is worse than any specific outcome would be, because at least with a specific outcome you could plan, could react, could do something. But the uncertainty just freezes you in place, keeps you in a constant state of anxious readiness that drains you more effectively than any actual crisis. You see colleagues disappearing. People who were here last week are just gone. Their desks are cleared overnight, and sometimes there's a brief announcement about a transfer or a new opportunity, but often there's just silence. Just empty desks that get filled with someone else or don't get filled at all. And you wonder what happened to them, whether they quit or were pushed out or had some kind of breakdown. But you don't ask, because asking would be acknowledging the instability, would be breaking the facade of normalcy that everyone maintains. So you just note the absence and move on and hope you're not next. Month 12 is when you fully internalize the understanding that there is no escape, that you're going to be here for the rest of your working life unless you die or break completely. Because leaving would mean starting over, would mean losing the year you've invested, would mean admitting defeat. And Japanese society doesn't look kindly on people who job hop or abandon their employers. You'd be marked as unreliable, as someone who couldn't handle it. And good luck finding another position with that reputation. So you're trapped, locked in by sunk costs and social expectations and your own fear of the unknown. And the company knows this. The system is designed around this understanding, They know that once you make it past the first year, you're basically captured. You're invested enough that leaving becomes almost impossible. And they can push you as hard as they want, because where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You have no options, no leverage, no power. Just the choice between continuing to endure or giving up entirely. And giving up entirely sounds appealing in the darkest moments. But you're not quite there yet, not quite broken enough to take that final step. So you keep going, keep surviving, keep making it through one more day in the hope that eventually, somehow, this will get better. Even though you know it won't, even though every piece of evidence suggests it only gets worse. Hope is the last thing to die, and you're clinging to it desperately because it's all you have left. 13 months in, and you're operating in what can only be described as crisis mode permanently. Except it's not really a crisis if it's constant. Crisis implies something exceptional, something temporary. But this is just your baseline now. This level of stress and exhaustion and dysfunction is normal, is expected, is unremarkable. And you've stopped waiting for things to calm down because you understand now that there is no calm. There's just varying intensities of chaos, and you've learned to function in all of them. Learn to keep working no matter what's happening internally or externally. And this is probably what they mean by professionalism. The ability to maintain performance regardless of circumstances. To divorce your external behavior from your internal state so completely that nobody can tell you're falling apart unless they look very closely. And nobody looks closely because everyone is too focused on their own disintegration. The physical symptoms have progressed beyond what you can ignore or self-medicate. You've developed a persistent tremor in your hands that makes writing difficult. Your vision blurs randomly throughout the day. You get dizzy spells when you stand up too quickly. Your digestive system has completely rebelled against the diet of convenience store food and stress. And you're losing hair, actual clumps of it in the shower. And you know these are warning signs. Know your body is waving red flags as violently as it can, but acknowledging them would mean doing something about them. And doing something about them would interfere with work. So you don't acknowledge them. You adapt. You work around your failing body the same way you work around everything else that threatens to impede productivity. You've started seeing a doctor finally, not because you wanted to, but because your health insurance requires annual checkups and the company mandates compliance. And the doctor takes one look at your test results and your physical condition and asks very directly what's going on. And you give the standard explanation: work is busy, it's demanding. And the doctor, who's probably seen 1,000 cases like yours, just nods with this expression of weary recognition and tells you that your blood pressure is dangerously high. Your cortisol levels are through the roof. You're showing signs of liver stress, probably from the drinking. And you need to reduce your stress levels immediately. And you nod and promise you will, even though you both know you won't. Because reducing stress would mean changing your work situation, and changing your work situation isn't an option. So instead, the doctor prescribes medication, pills to manage the symptoms without addressing the cause. And you add them to your daily pharmaceutical cocktail. Antacids for the stomach, ibuprofen for the headaches, now blood pressure medication. And you're 25 years old taking medications usually prescribed to people twice your age. And that should alarm you, but it just feels inevitable. Feels like another adaptation to hostile conditions. Month 13 is when you stop caring about things that used to matter to you. Not in a dramatic way, but gradually, imperceptibly. Your hobbies disappear first because you have no time or energy for them. Then your interest in news or culture or anything happening outside the office. Then your concern about your appearance beyond basic professional requirements. And eventually even your concern about your own well-being fades. You stop thinking about your health or your future or your happiness because thinking about those things is painful and pointless. They're luxuries you can't afford. So you just focus on getting through each day, each hour, each task, and everything beyond that immediate survival becomes abstract and unimportant. You're eating lunch at your desk on a Wednesday, some convenience store sandwich that tastes like cardboard. And Yamamoto sits down next to you. He's the one who warned you months ago about what this job takes from you. And he looks even worse now. His drinking has accelerated. He's got a jaundiced tinge to his skin that suggests serious liver problems. And he tells you quietly that he's been diagnosed with stage 2 hypertension. His doctor has given him a direct warning that he's heading for a stroke or heart attack if he doesn't change his lifestyle immediately. And you wait for him to say he's quitting, that this diagnosis was the wake-up call he needed. But instead, he just laughs bitterly and says, at least now he has documentation. At least when he dies, it'll be officially recognized as work-related. His family will get the insurance payout. And he says this like it's a victory. Like the ability to have his death properly categorized is some kind of win. And you realize he's given up. He's accepted that this job is going to kill him, and he's just trying to make sure the paperwork is in order when it happens. And the most horrifying part is that you understand his logic. You see the sense in it, because what's the alternative? Quit and face social stigma and financial insecurity and the knowledge that you wasted years of your life for nothing. At least dying on the job gives it meaning, gives your suffering a purpose, however twisted, and you're appalled that you're even thinking this way. But you can't stop. The logic has infected you. The value system has colonized your thinking. The 13th month brings a revelation about the older employees. The ones who've been here 20 or 30 years, you realize they're not surviving despite the conditions. They're surviving because they're fundamentally broken in ways that make them compatible with the system. They've lost the ability to conceive of life outside work. They have no identity separate from their corporate role, no interests or relationships beyond the office. And this isn't weakness. It's adaptation. They've become perfectly suited to their environment through the elimination of everything that doesn't serve that environment. They're like deep-sea fish that have evolved away their eyes because eyes are useless in the dark. And you're on the same evolutionary path. You can feel parts of yourself disappearing, capabilities you used to have withering from disuse. And in another 10 or 20 years, you'll be just like them, perfectly adapted to corporate hell, unable to survive anywhere else. You attend a company event, some celebration of a successful quarter, and the executives give speeches about growth and success and the importance of the team. And they raise glasses of champagne and toast to the future. And everyone applauds, and you go through the motions, but you're observing yourself from outside, watching this performance with clinical detachment, and you realize that you've split. There's the you that participates, that bows and smiles, and says the right things. And there's the you that watches, that knows it's all theater, that sees the machinery of coercion and control. And these two yous coexist, but don't communicate. And you're not sure which one is real, or if either one is real, or if you're just a collection of performances with nothing underneath. And this thought should be terrifying, but you're too tired for terror. You just note it and file it away and return to the performance, because the performance is all there is. Performance all the way down, forever. 14 months, and the lines between personal and professional have dissolved entirely. You don't have a life outside work because there's no time or energy for one. But more fundamentally, you've lost the ability to conceive of yourself as separate from your corporate role. When someone asks what you do, you don't say, "I work at a trading company." You say, "I am a salaryman at this company." The identification is complete, total, and you've stopped remembering who you were before this. Can't recall what your personality was like, what you enjoyed, what you wanted. Those memories exist, but they feel like they belong to someone else. Some naive kid who no longer exists, who was erased and replaced by this thing you've become. The company announces another initiative, this time about improving productivity through digital transformation, which means they're implementing new software systems that are supposed to streamline workflows and reduce inefficiency. And in theory, this sounds good, but in practice, it just means learning entirely new systems on top of your already impossible workload. Attending training sessions during lunch hours and staying late to figure out software that's clearly not ready for deployment. And the worst part is that the new system doesn't actually improve anything. It just moves the same inefficiencies to a different platform. But everyone has to pretend it's revolutionary, has to perform enthusiasm for this transformation that's making everything harder. And you're developing a deep cynicism about corporate initiatives in general. You've learned that they're almost never about actually improving things. They're about appearing to improve things, about generating activity that justifies someone's position or satisfies some executive's ego. And the real work continues regardless, hidden underneath layers of performance and reporting. You're training a new hire. Someone's replacing Kobayashi, who disappeared months ago. And as you're explaining the job, you hear yourself using all the same phrases that were used on you, all the corporate jargon and euphemisms that disguise the reality of the position. And you sound just like the people who trained you. You've internalized the script so completely that you're now transmitting it to the next generation, perpetuating the system that destroyed you. And the new hire is looking at you with trust and hope, and you want to warn them, but you can't. You've become complicit. You've become part of the machine that grinds people down. And recognizing your complicity doesn't free you from it. You're trapped in your role as perpetrator and victim simultaneously. Month 14 brings a crisis in your section. A major client is threatening to leave, and this triggers emergency mode. Everyone working around the clock to save the relationship. And you're there until 4 in the morning for 3 nights straight, barely sleeping, barely eating, just working in a fugue state of exhaustion. And you save the client. The relationship is preserved. And Tanaka thanks everyone for their dedication. And there's no mention of compensation for the extra hours, no time off to recover, just back to normal operations, except you're more destroyed than before. And you realize that these crises will keep happening. They're manufactured to some degree, used to extract maximum effort and create gratitude when employees rise to the challenge. And you performed perfectly. You gave them everything they wanted, and your reward is permission to keep doing it. You're having cognitive problems that can't be hidden anymore. You forget people's names mid-conversation. Lose your train of thought during meetings, send emails to wrong recipients, make calculation errors that a child wouldn't make. And your colleagues are starting to notice. You can see the concern in their eyes. Or maybe it's not concern, maybe it's assessment. evaluation of whether you're becoming a liability, whether you're the next weak link that needs to be cut. And this fear drives you to work even harder, to prove you're still valuable, still capable, even as your brain is clearly breaking down from the sustained stress and sleep deprivation. The 14th month is when you start having what can only be described as micro-sleeps during the day. Brief moments where you're technically unconscious, even though your eyes are open and you're sitting upright at your desk. You'll be in the middle of a task, and suddenly several minutes have passed, and you have no memory of them. And this is dangerous. You're operating machinery, making decisions, and your brain is shutting down involuntarily. But you can't stop, can't rest, because resting would mean falling behind. So you mainline more coffee, pop more caffeine pills, keep pushing through, even though you're clearly experiencing some kind of neurological breakdown. You witness another medical emergency, not a heart attack this time, but a panic attack. Suzuki from accounting just starts hyperventilating and can't stop. Her hands are shaking. She's convinced she's dying. And they call an ambulance, and she's taken away. And she's back at work the next week, like nothing happened. Nobody mentions it, and she's functioning. But there's something different about her. Something further broken. Like she passed through a door that only opens one way and came back changed. And you wonder if you're next. If your body or mind will stage its own rebellion. Will force a crisis that you can't ignore or push through. And part of you almost wants it to happen because at least it would be decisive. At least it would force some kind of change. But mostly you're just terrified of that loss of control. Terrified of what it would mean for your position, your career, your ability to survive in this system. Month 14 is also when you realize you're starting to treat other people the way you've been treated. You catch yourself being short with junior employees, impatient with their questions, dismissive of their concerns, and you recognize this behavior. It's the same behavior that made you hate your seniors when you started, but now you're doing it. You've become what you hated. And you tell yourself you don't have time for hand-holding. They need to figure things out themselves. But really, you're just passing on the abuse, perpetuating the cycle, becoming another gear in the machine that grinds people down. And recognizing this doesn't stop you from doing it. The recognition and the action exist in parallel. You can see yourself becoming a worse person and continue becoming that worse person anyway. Because the alternative would require energy and compassion. You simply don't have any more. 15 months, and you're deep into what you now understand is a kind of Stockholm syndrome with the company. You've developed a twisted loyalty to the institution that's destroying you, defending it when others criticize it. Feeling pride when it succeeds, even though its success comes at your expense, and you know this is irrational. Know you're emotionally bonding with your captor. But the alternative is admitting you've wasted 15 months suffering for nothing, and your psyche can't handle that admission. So instead, you double down. You convince yourself this is worth it, that the suffering has meaning, that you're part of something important, and the company encourages this thinking, reinforces your identification with its success, makes you feel like your sacrifice matters when really you're just another disposable unit. The physical deterioration has reached a point where strangers comment on it. You're waiting for the train one morning and an elderly woman asks if you're ill, if you need help. And you look at your reflection in the train window and understand why she asked. You look like a cancer patient, gaunt and gray and visibly unwell. And you want to laugh because the disease isn't cancer, it's employment, it's work. It's the socially acceptable destruction of human beings for economic productivity. But you can't explain that to a stranger, so you just smile and say, "You're fine, you're just tired." And she looks unconvinced, but Japanese social protocol doesn't allow for pushing further, so she nods and says, "To take care of yourself." And you know you won't. You can't. Taking care of yourself is incompatible with keeping your job. You're assigned a kohai, a junior employee to mentor. And this is supposed to be an honor, recognition of your status and capability. But it just feels like another burden, another responsibility you don't have capacity for. And the kohai is eager and earnest and asks you questions about how to succeed, how to advance, how to make it in this company. And you should tell him the truth, should warn him that success means slowly poisoning yourself until you're too damaged to do anything else. But instead you give him the standard advice: work hard, be patient, respect the hierarchy, show dedication. And you watch him absorb these lessons like you absorbed them. Watch him begin the same journey of destruction you've traveled, and you're complicit in his ruin. And you hate yourself for it, but what else can you do? Telling him the truth would be sabotaging his career and yours, would mark you as someone who can't be trusted with mentorship. So you lie. You guide him toward the same hell you inhabit. And you tell yourself he would have ended up there anyway. You're just smoothing the path. Month 15 brings an awareness of the age hierarchy that you hadn't fully grasped before. You notice that there are very few employees over 50. The ranks thin out dramatically after that age, and you start asking subtle questions about what happens to people. And the answers are vague and troubling. They retire early. They take positions at subsidiaries. They pursue other opportunities. All euphemisms that mask the reality that the company uses people up and discards them. And 50 is apparently about how long a human body can sustain this level of abuse before becoming too damaged to be useful. So they push people out, make way for fresh victims, and you're looking at your future. Assuming you survive the next 25 years, you'll be ejected with a pension that barely covers living expenses, damaged beyond repair, with no identity outside work and decades of empty existence ahead of you. And this should motivate you to leave. But instead, it just deepens your despair. Because if you're going to end up broken and discarded anyway, what does it matter whether you stay or go? At least, if you stay, you get the pension. At least your suffering will have purchased something, however inadequate. You're in a meeting about quarterly targets, and someone suggests the targets are unrealistic, very politely, very carefully. And you watch the room temperature drop. Watch the silent communication between managers, and the person who spoke up is thanked for their input, and then very deliberately excluded from the rest of the conversation. And you make a note, another data point in your understanding of what can and cannot be said. Another boundary mapped in the territory of acceptable speech. And you're developing an encyclopedic knowledge of these boundaries. You know exactly how far you can push on any given topic, exactly how to phrase criticism so it sounds like support, exactly how to disagree without appearing to disagree. And this skill is valuable, but it's also corrupting. You're becoming fluent in doublespeak, in saying things you don't mean, in performing beliefs you don't hold. And the line between performance and genuine belief is so blurred now that you're not sure you could find it even if you tried. The 15-month mark brings a pay increase, slightly larger than the previous one. And Tanaka tells you this reflects the company's confidence in your future. You're being invested in, and you should feel grateful. And part of you does feel grateful, which is insane. You're grateful for a raise that doesn't begin to compensate for the damage you've sustained. Grateful for recognition from an institution that's systematically destroying you. But the gratitude is real. It's not performed. You genuinely feel pleased that they acknowledge your suffering with a modest increase in compensation. And this tells you how thoroughly you've been broken, how completely your value system has been rewritten, that you can experience genuine positive emotion about such inadequate recognition of such extraordinary sacrifice. You're eating dinner alone in your apartment, instant ramen because you don't have energy for anything more complex. And you realize you can't remember the last time you ate a meal with another person, can't remember the last time you had a conversation about anything other than work, can't remember the last time you felt a human connection that wasn't mediated by corporate hierarchy and professional obligation. And you should feel lonely, but you don't feel anything. There's just emptiness where loneliness should be. And you understand that you're not really living anymore. You're existing, persisting, functioning. But there's no life in it, no joy or meaning or connection. Just the endless repetition of work and sleep and work and sleep. And you've forgotten why you're doing this, what the point was supposed to be, whether there even was a point beyond survival. And survival for what? To continue surviving, to continue working forever until you can't anymore. 16 months in, and the company sends you for a health screening. Not out of concern for your well-being, but because the insurance requires it, they need documentation of employee health status. And you go through the battery of tests, knowing what the results will show. And when you meet with the occupational health physician, she looks at your file with an expression that's become familiar. That mixture of professional concern and resignation. Because she sees cases like yours every day. She's the one who documents the slow-motion medical emergencies that the company creates. And she tells you very directly that you're heading for serious health consequences if you don't make changes. Your blood pressure is in the hypertensive crisis range. Your liver enzymes are elevated. You're showing signs of stress-induced heart problems. And you're barely in your mid-20s. This kind of damage usually takes decades to accumulate, but you've compressed it into 16 months. And she asks if you're able to reduce your work hours, and you both know the answer is no. So she increases your medication dosages and adds new prescriptions and tells you to come back in 3 months. And you leave with a bag of pills and the knowledge that you're being medically managed through your own destruction. That the healthcare system has become complicit in the employment system, treating symptoms while the cause continues unabated. The 16-month mark brings a promotion. You're being moved from general employee to a junior specialized role. It comes with a title change and a small office instead of a desk in the open plan. And everyone congratulates you, tells you you've earned it. And you should feel accomplished, but instead, you feel trapped. Because the promotion comes with new responsibilities, longer hours, more pressure, and you realize that advancement in this system doesn't mean things get better. It means things get differently terrible. You trade one form of suffering for another, and the office that should feel like a reward actually feels like a cell, a smaller space where your destruction can happen in greater privacy. You notice you're forgetting words now, not occasionally, but regularly. You'll be mid-sentence, and the word you need just isn't there. Your vocabulary is deteriorating. And this is terrifying for someone whose job involves communication and documentation. You're losing the tools you need to perform your function, and you try to hide it, work around it, use simpler language or restructure sentences. But it's getting harder. And you wonder if this is permanent brain damage from the chronic stress and sleep deprivation, or if it will reverse if you ever get the chance to rest. Not that rest is coming. There's always another deadline, another crisis, another reason why you can't possibly take time off. Month 16 is when you attend your first funeral for a colleague who died from work-related causes. Not suicide this time, but a massive stroke. Taniguchi from sales, 42 years old, collapsed at his desk on a Friday afternoon and died before the ambulance arrived. And his death is officially recognized as karoshi, death from overwork, which means his family gets benefits, but doesn't change the fact that he's dead, that the company worked him until his brain hemorrhaged. And you stand at his funeral, looking at his widow and his teenage children. And you think about how he gave everything to the company, and the company gave him a funeral wreath and started interviewing his replacement before his body was cold. And you should be angry, but you're just numb. Just processing this as another data point in your understanding of what this job costs. And you return to the office Monday morning and sit at your desk and keep working because what else is there to do? Stopping won't bring Taniguchi back, won't change the system, won't save anyone. You're having breakthrough moments of clarity now, brief windows where the fog lifts and you see your situation with horrible accuracy. And during these moments, you understand that you need to leave, that staying is killing you, that no amount of money or status or security is worth your life. But these moments pass, the clarity fades, and you're back in the fog, back in the day-to-day grind where leaving seems impossible, where the immediate demands overwhelm any long-term planning. And you start to wonder if these moments of clarity are the aberration or if the fog is. Whether you're occasionally waking up from a nightmare or occasionally falling into delusion, you've lost the ability to judge which mental state is more accurate. The promotion brings you into contact with higher-level management, people who've been with the company for 20 or 30 years, and you study them trying to understand what awaits you if you continue on this path. And what you see is disturbing. They're not happy. They're not fulfilled. They're just more thoroughly broken, more completely absorbed into the system. They've sacrificed everything, including their capacity to imagine anything else. And they perpetuate the abuse because it's all they know. Because admitting the system is broken would mean admitting their entire lives were wasted. So instead, they defend it, insist it builds character, claim that suffering is valuable. And you're watching your future, seeing what you'll become if you survive another 15 or 20 years. And it's not inspiring. It's not a goal worth striving for. It's just sad, just tragic. But you keep working toward it anyway, because the alternative is admitting you're on the wrong path and you're not ready for that admission. Month 16 is also when your relationship with your parents reaches a breaking point. They've been worried about you for months, your mother especially. She can hear it in your voice during the brief phone calls, can see it in the rare photos you send, and she asks you to come home, to quit this job, to prioritize your health over your career, and you get angry at her. Actually angry, because she doesn't understand. She's not respecting your choices. She's undermining your sacrifice by suggesting it's not worth it, and you say things you'll regret, Tell her to stop interfering, that you're an adult and can make your own decisions, and you hang up and immediately feel terrible. But you don't call back because calling back would mean admitting she's right, would mean confronting the reality you're avoiding. So instead, you just stop calling as often. Let the relationship atrophy. Add it to the pile of things you've sacrificed for a job that doesn't care whether you live or die. 18 months, and you've crossed some invisible threshold where you're no longer trying to survive. You're just trying to delay the inevitable. And there's a crucial difference between those two states. Survival implies hope for eventual improvement. But delay is just managing the timeline of your destruction. And you've made peace with the destruction itself, accepted it as unavoidable. You're just negotiating with yourself about how long you can last before something critical breaks, before your body or mind forces a crisis that can't be managed with medication and denial. The work has become completely meaningless to you now. You process documents and attend meetings and complete projects, and none of it registers as important or significant. It's just activity, motion without purpose, and you've lost any connection between your efforts and their outcomes. You can't trace a line from what you do to any actual value created. You're just feeding paper into a machine that produces more paper. And occasionally someone profits from this, but it's not you. You're just the mechanism, and mechanisms don't need to understand their purpose. They just need to function until they break. You're training another new hire. Kobayashi's replacement. People keep cycling through these positions, lasting 6 months or a year before disappearing. And you've stopped learning their names because they'll be gone soon anyway. And you give them the same orientation, the same advice, the same lies about how things work and what success looks like. And you've become very good at this performance, very convincing, because you've learned that if you express doubt or cynicism, the new hires panic. They need to believe the system works, need to think their suffering has purpose, and taking that belief from them prematurely is cruel. They'll figure it out themselves soon enough. Better to let them have a few months of hope before reality crushes it. Month 18 brings a company restructuring completion. The process that started 6 months ago finally resolves. And the casualties are significant. Several departments merged, positions eliminated, people transferred or demoted or quietly encouraged to resign. And you survived. You kept your position, your promotion even. And you should feel relieved, but instead you feel guilty. Survivor's guilt mixed with the knowledge that you survived by being willing to sacrifice more than others, by demonstrating that you could be pushed further, broken more thoroughly. And your reward for this is more of the same. Continued participation in a system that will eventually destroy you, just like it destroyed the people who are gone. You're experiencing dissociative episodes now. Moments where you're physically present but mentally completely disconnected. You'll be in a meeting and suddenly realize you've been staring at the wall for 10 minutes and have no idea what was discussed. Or you'll be at your desk and look at the clock and discover hours have passed with no memory of them. And this is beyond microsleeps. This is your consciousness just checking out, refusing to participate, and you're worried that one of these episodes will happen at a critical moment, during a presentation or a client meeting. And you'll be revealed as fundamentally broken. But so far you've been lucky. So far you've managed to hide it, and you hope your luck holds because if they discover how damaged you are, they'll discard you and you'll have sacrificed 18 months for nothing. The 18-month mark brings the annual company trip, another onsen retreat, and it's exactly like the first one, except now you know what to expect. Know that it's not actually a break, but just work in a different location. And you go through the motions, participate in the activities, drink at the nomikai, sing your song at karaoke. And it's all performance. You're not present for any of it. You're just operating the puppet that looks like you, making it do the expected things. And nobody notices, or if they notice, they don't care because everyone else is performing too. Everyone is operating their own puppet. And you wonder if anyone is actually present anymore, or if the entire company is just a collection of automated personas going through practiced motions, while the people inside have long since given up and checked out. You witness a complete breakdown, not your own, but someone else's. Watanabe, from planning, just snaps during a routine meeting, starts screaming about how it's all pointless, how they're all killing themselves for nothing, how the company doesn't care about any of them. And he's crying and shouting, and security is called, and he's escorted out. And you never see him again. And the meeting resumes after a brief pause, like nothing happened, like a man didn't just have a complete psychological break right in front of everyone. And the ability of the group to just absorb this and continue is perhaps the most disturbing thing you've witnessed. It suggests that no level of breakdown is sufficient to pause the machine. The machine just roots around the broken components and keeps grinding. And you understand that there is no crisis dramatic enough to force change. No individual suffering significant enough to matter. The system is designed to be impervious to human cost. Month 18 is when you finally admit to yourself that you hate this job, hate this company, hate what you've become. And this admission should be liberating. But it's actually devastating because admitting you hate it means admitting you're trapped in something you hate. Means confronting the fact that you've wasted 18 months of your life suffering for something you despise. And the cognitive dissonance between your hatred and your continued participation is unbearable. So you bury the admission, push it back down, return to the numbness and the fog where you don't have to feel or think or acknowledge what's happening to you, and you keep working because working is easier than confronting the reality of your situation. And maybe if you work hard enough, long enough, you can outrun the truth, can delay the reckoning indefinitely. And even though you know that's impossible, even though you know eventually you'll have to face what you've done to yourself, for now you can just keep moving forward. Keep existing in the perpetual present of fluorescent lights and keyboard clatter. Keep feeding yourself into the machine one day at a time until there's nothing left to feed. 20 months in, and you've developed a strange relationship with pain. It's become so constant that you've stopped registering it as pain and started experiencing it as just the baseline state of existence. Your back hurts, your head hurts, your stomach hurts, your chest hurts. And these aren't acute sensations that demand attention anymore. They're just the texture of being alive, the background noise of embodied existence. And you function through it the way most people function through the feeling of their clothes against their skin. It's there, but you don't consciously process it unless you specifically focus on it. And you've learned not to focus on it because focusing makes it worse, makes it real in a way that threatens your ability to keep going. The company announces record profits, the best quarter in 5 years, and there's a celebration, speeches about how everyone's hard work paid off, how the team's dedication made this success possible. and you're all given small bonuses. A token amount that works out to maybe 1% of the value you created through your suffering. And everyone applauds and smiles and acts grateful. And you go through the motions too. But internally, you're doing the math, calculating how much profit the company extracted from your body, how much your health and sanity and youth were monetized, and the numbers are obscene. You destroyed yourself to make wealthy people wealthier. And your compensation is a bonus that barely covers a month's rent. But you can't express this, can't articulate the theft of it, because that would be ungrateful, would be failing to appreciate the company's generosity. So you smile and bow and say thank you while internally dying a little more. You're being groomed for management now. They've identified you as someone who can handle the pressure, who's proven their loyalty through suffering, and they're starting to give you supervisory responsibilities, putting you in charge of small teams, testing your ability to extract productivity from others. And this is supposed to be career advancement. But it feels like a moral test that you're failing. Because to be a good manager in this system means being willing to do to others what was done to you. Means perpetuating the abuse. And you're doing it. You're pushing your subordinates to work longer hours, criticizing their performance, holding them to impossible standards, and you hate yourself for it. But you also don't know how to do it differently. The system only works one way. Either you're the abuser or the abused, and moving up means switching sides, means becoming the mechanism of someone else's destruction. Month 20 brings a health crisis you can't ignore. You're at your desk on a Tuesday afternoon, and your vision starts to blur, then narrows to a tunnel, then goes dark at the edges, and you feel like you're going to pass out. And you manage to get to the bathroom, where you sit on the floor waiting for it to pass. And it does pass, but it takes 20 minutes. 20 minutes of sitting on a bathroom floor convinced you're dying. And when you can stand again, you look at yourself in the mirror, and you don't recognize the person looking back. Also, not because of the physical changes, though. Those are extreme. But because there's nothing behind the eyes. No person, no self, just a void. And you realize you've been hollowed out, excavated. Everything that made you a human being has been extracted, and what's left is just a shell that performs the motions of living without actually being alive. You should see a doctor, should probably go to the hospital, but instead you return to your desk and keep working because the alternative is admitting you have a serious problem, is starting a process that might end with you being unable to work. And if you can't work, then what are you? Your entire identity is wrapped up in this job. You have nothing else. No hobbies. No relationships. No interests or passions or purposes beyond your corporate function. And confronting that emptiness is more terrifying than ignoring the warning signs your body is sending. So you ignore them. You take some aspirin and drink some water and tell yourself you just need more sleep, even though you know sleep won't fix this. Nothing will fix this except stopping. And you can't stop, won't stop. Stopping would mean the last 20 months were for nothing. You're assigned a new project, something high visibility that could lead to promotion. And you should be excited, but you're just exhausted, just tired at a level that sleep doesn't touch. Tired in your bones, in your cells, in your DNA. You're tired of existing, tired of maintaining the performance, tired of pretending you're okay. And the project is due in 3 months, with a workload that would be aggressive for a team of 5. And you're expected to do it essentially alone, and you accept it because that's what you do. You accept impossible demands and then destroy yourself trying to meet them. And the cycle continues, each project leading to the next, with no breaks, no recovery time, just continuous escalating pressure until something breaks, and you're starting to suspect that something will be you. Month 20 is when you stop sleeping entirely for days at a time. Not micro sleeps or brief rest, but actual multi-day periods of being awake. Your brain is too wired, too stressed, too chemically imbalanced to allow sleep. And you lie in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for unconsciousness that never comes. And the sleep deprivation creates hallucinations, shadows moving in your peripheral vision, voices that aren't there. And you know intellectually that these aren't real, but they feel real. And you're starting to lose the ability to distinguish between what's happening and what your malfunctioning brain is generating. And this should terrify you. But you're beyond terror. You're in some space beyond fear where nothing really matters anymore. Where consequences feel abstract and distant, and you keep working through the hallucinations, keep attending meetings while seeing things that aren't there. And nobody notices because you've gotten very good at hiding your deterioration, very skilled at maintaining the facade of functionality while everything inside is collapsing. 22 months and you're watching yourself from outside, observing your own life like a spectator at someone else's tragedy. There's you, and then there's the thing that goes to work. And the connection between them has become so tenuous that sometimes you're not sure which one is real. Whether you're a person pretending to be an employee or an employee occasionally remembering what it was like to be a person. And this dissociation has progressed to the point where it's not episodic anymore. It's your permanent state. You exist in this detached observational mode all the time, watching yourself deteriorate with the clinical interest of someone documenting a long-term experiment. The physical symptoms have evolved beyond individual ailments into a systemic breakdown. You're not experiencing discrete health problems anymore, but rather a general failure of your body to function properly. Everything hurts, everything malfunctions. You've developed a persistent cough that won't respond to treatment. Your hands shake constantly now, not just when stressed. You've lost feeling in some of your fingers. Your digestion is so compromised that you can barely eat solid food without pain. And you're urinating blood occasionally, which you know is a critical warning sign. But you haven't mentioned it to anyone because mentioning it would mean addressing it, and addressing it would interfere with work. So you just monitor it. Keep track in a notebook like a scientist documenting the progress of a disease. Noting frequency and severity with detached curiosity about what will fail first. You're managing 3 people now, your team, and you're a terrible manager. Not because you lack skills, but because you're too damaged to care. You give them impossible assignments because impossible assignments are what you receive. You criticize them harshly because harsh criticism is all you know. You offer no support or mentorship because you have nothing to give. You're an empty person managing other people who are being emptied, and they hate you. You can see it in their eyes, and you don't blame them. You hate yourself too. But you keep doing it because this is what the system requires. This is what management means in this context. Extracting maximum productivity regardless of human cost. Month 22 brings a moment of clarity so powerful it breaks through your dissociation. You're at your desk working on the high visibility project, and suddenly you understand with perfect crystalline certainty that you're going to die here. not metaphorically, but literally. Your body is going to fail, and you're going to collapse at this desk or in this office. And the company will express condolences and replace you and continue exactly as before. And this isn't paranoia or catastrophizing. This is just pattern recognition. You've watched it happen to others. You know the progression. You're exhibiting all the warning signs. And unless something changes dramatically, you have maybe months or a year before your body or mind breaks in a way that can't be managed. And understanding this should motivate you to leave. But instead, it just makes you work harder. Because if you're going to die here, you at least want to finish this project. Want to achieve something before the end, and you recognize how insane this is. Prioritizing project completion over your own survival. But you can't stop. The programming is too deep, the conditioning too thorough. You're in a meeting with senior management, presenting your project progress, and mid-presentation, you lose your train of thought completely. Not a brief pause, but a total blank. You're standing there with everyone looking at you, and you have no idea what you are saying, what slide you're on, what meeting you're in, and the silence stretches, becomes uncomfortable, becomes alarming, and you just stare at the screen trying to remember anything. And finally, Tanaka prompts you, asks a leading question that helps you recover, and you stumble through the rest of the presentation, and afterward he takes you aside and asks if you're okay. And you say yes, automatically, reflexively, even though you're clearly not okay. Even though you just had some kind of cognitive failure in front of the entire management team. And he looks at you with an expression you can't quite read, concern maybe, or assessment, calculating whether you're going to make it or whether you're the next casualty. And he tells you to take care of yourself, to get some rest, and you both know you won't. You both know rest isn't an option. This is just something he has to say. A ritual acknowledgement that performance is slipping, and you go back to your desk and work until midnight, trying to make up for the weakness you showed. Month 22 is also when you discover that several of your colleagues are on antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications. This comes out during a rare moment of honesty at a nomikai. Everyone is drunk enough to speak truth, and it turns out half the department is medicated, treating depression and anxiety and panic disorders and insomnia. And you're all comparing medications like people compare restaurants, discussing side effects and dosages and which psychiatrist prescribes what. And there's something deeply surreal about this conversation, about a group of people casually discussing the pharmaceuticals they need to survive a job that's making them mentally ill. And nobody suggests that maybe the job is the problem, that maybe the solution is to leave rather than medicate. Because leaving isn't discussed, leaving is unthinkable. So instead, you compare notes on SSRIs and benzos and sleep aids. And you make a mental note to ask your doctor about starting antidepressants. Because if everyone else needs them to function, then maybe you do too. Maybe your suffering is less noble endurance and more untreated mental illness. And treating it might make the rest of this more bearable. You're eating lunch alone. The same convenience store sandwich you eat every day, and you realize you can't taste it. Not because there's no flavor, but because your sense of taste has just stopped registering. Food has become pure fuel, texture, and nutrition without any pleasure component. And you wonder if this is physical, some kind of stress-induced anosmia, or if it's psychological, your brain just shutting down non-essential sensory experiences to conserve resources. And you don't investigate because it doesn't really matter. Whether you can taste food or not doesn't change anything. You still need to eat, still need to work, still need to keep going. And losing your ability to experience pleasure from food is just another item on the growing list of capabilities and experiences you've sacrificed. Another piece of humanity filed away in the category of things you used to have and no longer need. 24 months, 2 full years, and you've reached a milestone that the company marks with another ceremony, another certificate, another speech about dedication and future potential. And you stand there in front of the department accepting congratulations while internally you're screaming because 2 years ago you were a different person, someone with hopes and dreams and personality. And now you're this thing, this broken automaton that processes work without thought or feeling. And the ceremony is celebrating your transformation from human being to corporate resource, applauding the completeness of your destruction. And you smile and bow and thank everyone, because that's the role you play, that's what's expected, and you've become very good at giving people what they expect. The 2-year mark comes with a more substantial raise and expanded responsibilities. You're being promoted to assistant manager, which sounds impressive, but really means you're now responsible for more people suffering. You'll oversee a team of 8, extracting productivity from them the way productivity was extracted from you. And the promotion comes with an expectation of even longer hours, even greater sacrifice, because management means being available always, being the first one in and the last one out, modeling the behavior you want your subordinates to emulate, which is to say modeling slow suicide through work. And you accept this because what else would you do? Turning down promotion would mark you as lacking ambition, would plateau your career, would mean the last 2 years of suffering purchased nothing. You've been prescribed antidepressants now, started them last month, and they've helped in the sense that you no longer feel the crushing despair quite as acutely. But they've also flattened everything else. You don't feel happiness or satisfaction either. You just feel nothing. A chemical neutrality that makes existence more bearable but also more empty. And you're taking sleeping pills to sleep, and stimulants to stay awake, and antacids for your stomach, and blood pressure medication for your heart, and antidepressants for your mind. You're a pharmaceutical cocktail held together by routine. And you wonder what would happen if you stopped taking all of them, whether you'd collapse immediately, or if the medications are just masking problems that would exist anyway. But you don't experiment because you can't afford to find out. You need to keep functioning, need to keep working. And if that requires daily ingestion of 8 different pills, then that's what you do. Month 24 brings the realization that you've lost your ability to envision any future that doesn't involve this job. You try to imagine yourself doing something else, working somewhere else, being someone else, and you can't. The image won't form. It's like trying to picture a color that doesn't exist. Your imagination has been so thoroughly colonized by corporate reality that it can't conceive of alternatives. And this is how they keep you, not through chains or contracts, but through destroying your ability to imagine escape, through making you so completely identified with your role that leaving would be a form of suicide, a self-annihilation that's more frightening than the slow death of staying. You're conducting performance reviews now, sitting across from your subordinates, evaluating their work, and you hear yourself using all the same phrases that were used on you, all the coded criticism and damning with faint praise and impossible expectations disguised as developmental feedback. and you watch their faces as they realize that their hard work isn't enough, will never be enough. That the goalposts will keep moving no matter how fast they run. And you're the one moving the goalposts. You're the mechanism of their disillusionment. And part of you wants to warn them, wants to tell them to get out while they still can. But instead, you stick to the script. You deliver the corporate message. You perpetuate the system that broke you, because that's what assistant managers do. That's what you're paid for. Crushing souls is literally in your job description now, even if they don't phrase it that way. Month 24 is when you attend a wedding of a former university friend, someone who took a different path, who works at a smaller company with reasonable hours, who has hobbies and relationships and a life outside work. And being at this wedding is surreal. You're surrounded by normal people doing normal things, celebrating love and commitment and future possibilities. And you feel like an alien. Like you're a different species. You can't relate to their concerns or their joys, can't participate authentically in their conversations. You're just performing normalcy for a few hours before you can leave and return to the only environment where you make sense anymore. Which is the office, which is work, which is suffering. And you realize you've become so damaged that you're more comfortable in dysfunction than in health. More at ease in the toxic environment than in normal human interaction. You're giving a presentation to senior management about your team's performance, and you're using all the metrics and charts and data that make overwork look like productivity, that transform human suffering into quarterly targets achieved. And you're very good at this now. Very skilled at making exploitation look like efficiency, at framing the destruction of your subordinates as team success, and the executives nod approvingly. They like your numbers, like your approach, like how thoroughly you've internalized the corporate logic, and you feel a sick kind of pride at their approval. Pride mixed with self-loathing because you know what you're doing, know you're lying with statistics, know you're covering up the human cost with impressive-looking graphs. But you do it anyway, because this is what success looks like in this system. This is what gets you promoted further. The ability to package suffering as achievement. The 2-year mark brings a physical collapse you can't hide. You're in the office on a Saturday, everyone's there for a project deadline, and your vision goes dark again, but this time, it doesn't come back quickly. You're blind for several minutes, complete blackness, and you're trying not to panic, sitting very still at your desk, hoping nobody notices, and gradually your vision returns, but it's wrong. There are blind spots, floaters, distortions, and you know this is serious. Know you need immediate medical attention, but you finish the workday first. Complete your tasks. Make sure everything is submitted. And only then do you go to the emergency room where they run tests and tell you you're experiencing symptoms consistent with severe hypertension and stress. That you're at risk for stroke or heart attack. That you need to reduce your stress levels immediately. And you nod and accept their advice and their prescriptions, and you're back at work Monday morning because what else would you do? Dying is scary, but failing at work is scarier. Disappointing your managers is more immediate and real than abstract medical risks. And you've developed a hierarchy of fears where the company's disapproval outranks your own mortality. 26 months, and you're no longer a person. You're a function, a role, a set of behaviors and responses optimized for corporate productivity. And the person you used to be exists only as a ghost, a faint memory of someone who lived before work consumed everything. and you can barely remember what that person wanted or cared about. Can barely access any memories that don't involve this office, this job, this endless grinding servitude. And you wonder if that person is dead or just dormant. Whether there's any part of you that could be recovered if you ever escaped, or if the transformation is complete and irreversible. The health problems have reached a critical mass, where managing them has become a significant part of your daily routine. You spend 30 minutes every morning organizing and taking your medications, checking your blood pressure, documenting your symptoms, and you've become a part-time medical patient while maintaining full-time work. And the doctors you see regularly all tell you the same thing: that you need to reduce stress, that your current lifestyle is unsustainable, that you're heading for serious consequences. And you nod and agree and do nothing, because changing would mean admitting that the last 2 years were a mistake, would mean facing the sunk cost, would mean starting over. And you've invested too much to quit now. You have to see it through, even if seeing it through means dying in the attempt. You're managing your team with the same brutality that was used on you, maybe worse, because you know all the techniques now, know exactly how to push people to their limits, know which pressures work on which personalities, and you're very effective. Your team's productivity numbers are excellent, and you're being praised for your management skills, being held up as an example of the right approach. And what this means is that you're particularly good at breaking people, at extracting maximum output before they collapse, and you've become what you hated, have transformed into the oppressor. And the rationalization you tell yourself is that you're just doing your job, that someone would be in this role anyway, that if you refused, someone else would do it, and probably worse. But you know, these are just excuses, just ways of avoiding responsibility for the harm you're causing. Month 26 brings a reckoning with one of your subordinates, a young woman who reminds you of yourself 2 years ago. And she's cracking under the pressure, showing all the warning signs, losing weight, making mistakes, showing up late because she can't sleep. And you should help her, should intervene, should at minimum ease up on the pressure. But instead, you call her in for a performance review and you're harsh. You tell her she needs to improve her time management, needs to be more focused, needs to demonstrate more commitment. And you watch her face crumble, watch hope drain from her eyes, and you hate yourself, but you don't stop. You deliver the entire corporate script, the impossible expectations and coded threats, and she leaves your office in tears, and you sit there feeling sick, but also feeling nothing, because feeling too much would make this impossible. And you've learned to compartmentalize, to separate the part of you that has to be cruel from the part that knows cruelty is wrong. And the separation is so complete now that you can do terrible things without feeling terrible, can destroy someone's morale, and then go back to your spreadsheets without missing a beat. You're having nightmares now when you manage to sleep, vivid, horrible dreams where you're trapped, buried alive, or locked in a room that's shrinking, and you wake up gasping. And it takes several minutes to remember where you are, to ground yourself in reality. Except reality isn't much better than the nightmares. Reality is just a slower, more bureaucratic version of being buried alive. You're trapped in this job that's killing you, and the room is shrinking, your options narrowing, your possibilities collapsing. And waking up just means continuing the nightmare in a different form. Month 26 is when you stop pretending to have a life outside work. You used to maintain at least the fiction of interests and relationships, would tell people you enjoyed reading or had friends you saw occasionally, But you've given up the performance. When someone asks what you do for fun, you just say you work. When someone asks about your weekend, you describe projects and deadlines. And people look at you with pity or horror or judgment, and you don't care. You've stopped caring what people think because their opinions don't matter. Only the company's opinion matters. Only your performance reviews and productivity metrics and position in the hierarchy matter. Everything else is irrelevant noise. You're in the bathroom at work. It's 2 a.m. You've been here for 19 hours. And you look at yourself in the mirror, and you don't see a person. You see a corpse that hasn't stopped moving yet. You see death animated by coffee and medication and sheer stubborn refusal to acknowledge physical limits. And you think about just leaving, just walking out and never coming back, disappearing into the night. But you don't because you have a presentation in the morning, because people are depending on you, because your identity is so completely merged with your role that abandoning the role would be abandoning yourself. And you're not ready for that. Might never be ready, so you splash water on your face and return to your desk and keep working because that's what you do. That's all you do. Work until you can't, and then work some more. The 26-month mark brings a moment of recognition at a nomikai. You're sitting with other managers, people who've been here 5 or 10 or 15 years, and you're all talking about health problems, comparing symptoms and medications and medical procedures. And someone jokes that you could open a pharmacy with all the pills represented at this table, and everyone laughs. And the laughter is genuine, but also hollow. And you look around at these people, at their prematurely aged faces and stress-damaged bodies and dead eyes. And you realize this is your future. This is what awaits you if you stay. You'll be 50 years old, looking 70. Your body broken, your spirit crushed, having sacrificed everything for a company that will discard you the moment you can't perform. And the truly horrifying thing is that you're okay with this. You've accepted it. This is just the deal. This is just what work means. And everyone at this table has made the same calculation, has decided that slow corporate suicide is preferable to whatever alternative exists outside these walls. And maybe they're right. Maybe there is no alternative. Maybe this is just what adult life is, suffering until you die. And the only question is what form your suffering takes. 28 months, and you've been hospitalized briefly, nothing dramatic. Just a 72-hour observation after you collapsed at work. They ran tests and found exactly what you'd expect: severe hypertension, liver stress, indicators of chronic stress. And they kept you for observation and gave you stern lectures about lifestyle modification. And you listened politely and nodded and agreed to everything they said. And then you checked yourself out and returned to work because staying in the hospital meant missing deadlines, meant letting your team down, meant showing weakness that could derail your career. And the absurdity of prioritizing work over your own survival didn't escape you, but also didn't change your behavior. Knowing something is insane doesn't prevent you from doing it when the alternative feels impossible. The hospitalization was kept quiet at work. You told your team you had food poisoning, told management you had a minor medical issue that's been resolved. And everyone accepted the lie because acknowledging the truth would be uncomfortable, would raise questions about work conditions and sustainability. So it's easier to pretend you just had an unlucky bout of illness rather than acknowledge that the job itself is making people sick. And you're complicit in this lie, actively maintaining the fiction that everything is fine, even as your body screams that nothing is fine. that everything is breaking down, that you need to stop before the damage becomes irreversible. You're back at your desk 3 days after being hospitalized, checking emails, attending meetings, managing your team, and everything continues exactly as before. The machine didn't even notice your absence. Someone covered your responsibilities, the work got done, and this should tell you something about your dispensability, but instead, it just makes you work harder, makes you try to prove you're essential, makes you double down on the commitment that's destroying you, because admitting you're replaceable would mean admitting that all of this suffering was optional, was pointless, was a choice you made for reasons that don't stand up to scrutiny. Month 28 brings a crisis in your personal life, or what's left of it. Your father has a heart attack, not fatal but serious, and your mother calls asking you to come home, to visit, to be there for them, and you want to, genuinely want to see them. But you have a project deadline and a client presentation, and you can't leave. You literally can't make yourself leave. The pull of work is stronger than family, stronger than love, stronger than any human connection. And you tell your mother you'll come as soon as you can, knowing you won't, knowing you'll find excuses to delay until the crisis has passed and your presence is no longer urgent. And you hear the hurt in her voice, hear her giving up on you, accepting that she's lost you to this job. And you feel terrible, but not terrible enough to change anything, not terrible enough to make a different choice. You're conducting a training session for new hires, explaining company culture and expectations. And you're performing enthusiasm, telling them about opportunities for growth and development, about the company's commitment to employee welfare. And every word is a lie. Every sentence is propaganda designed to trap them before they understand what they're agreeing to. And you're very convincing because you've internalized the lies so thoroughly that you can perform belief in them even while knowing they're false. And the new hires look at you with trust and hope, and you're leading them into the same hell you inhabit, recruiting the next generation of victims. And this is your job now. Not just managing, but actively recruiting and indoctrinating, expanding the pool of people whose lives will be consumed by corporate demands. Month 28 is when you realize you've stopped thinking about the future entirely. Not in the sense of being present-focused, but in the sense of having no future. Your conception of time has compressed into an eternal present tense. You exist in the moment-to-moment demands of work, without any vision of where this is leading or what you're building toward. And this temporal blindness is both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because you don't have to confront the bleakness of your trajectory. Terrifying because it means you've lost the ability to plan or hope or imagine change. You're just enduring, persisting, surviving day to day without any larger purpose or direction. You're having lunch with Yamamoto. He's gotten worse. The jaundice is more pronounced. His hands shake constantly. And he tells you he's been denied health insurance coverage for his liver treatment because it's pre-existing and work-related. And the company is arguing that he was aware of the risks and chose to continue working so they're not liable. And he's not even angry. He's just resigned. He knew this would happen, expected it even. And he's going to pay for the treatment himself, going to drain his savings to fix damage the company caused. And you listen to this and feel nothing, no outrage, no sympathy. Just a clinical noting of information, another data point in your understanding of how the system works. And you realize you've become so emotionally dead that even your colleague's medical crisis doesn't penetrate, doesn't produce feeling. You're just processing information without emotional response. And this absence of feeling is its own kind of death. A flatness that makes everything equal and nothing important. Month 28 brings a performance review where you're told you're exceeding expectations, that you're on track for senior management, that your dedication and results are exemplary, and you receive a larger bonus and expanded responsibilities. And you accept all of this with the same emotional neutrality you bring to everything else. Success and failure feel the same. Praise and criticism barely register. You're just moving through the motions, checking boxes, accumulating titles and compensation that mean nothing because nothing means anything anymore. Meaning itself has been extracted from your life along with everything else. And what remains is just process, just activity, just the grinding continuation of work without purpose or satisfaction or any sense that you're building towards something worthwhile. 30 months, 2.5 years, and you're a senior manager now. A title that comes with a corner office and a salary that would have seemed impressive to your younger self, but feels hollow now because money can't buy back your health or your youth or the person you used to be. You're earning more than ever while being worth less as a human being. And the trade-off doesn't make sense except in the twisted logic of corporate advancement where value is measured in destruction, in how much of yourself you're willing to sacrifice for position and prestige. The corner office is supposed to be a marker of success, but it feels like a luxury prison cell. Better appointed than the regular cells, but still a cage. And you spend 16 or 18 hours a day in this space that's meant to reward you, surrounded by the symbols of achievement, while your body falls apart and your mind deteriorates. And sometimes you look around at the expensive furniture in the window with an actual view, and you think about how much this cost in terms of what you had to give up. And the math is devastating. You traded everything for a nicer space to die in. You're responsible for 3 teams now, 24 people whose lives you're systematically ruining, and you're good at it. You've mastered the art of extracting maximum productivity while maintaining plausible deniability about the human cost. You set impossible targets and then express disappointment when people can't meet them. You praise dedication while punishing any sign of work-life balance. You create competition among your subordinates so they police each other, and your results are excellent. Your division's numbers are outstanding, and you're being groomed for director level, being positioned for even greater responsibility, even more power to damage more people in service of corporate profits. Month 30 brings a realization that you're not just complicit in the system anymore. You are the system. You're not a victim being crushed by external forces. You're an active participant in crushing others. You've become the mechanism of oppression, and this knowledge should horrify you. But instead, it just exists as a fact. Neutral information about your role and function, because horror requires caring, and you've lost the capacity to care about anything. You exist in a state of perfect moral neutrality where right and wrong have no meaning. There's only effective and ineffective. Only results and failures. And ethics is just another constraint to be managed, like a budget or a timeline. You're at a director-level meeting discussing restructuring. And the conversation is about eliminating positions, cutting headcount to improve profitability. And you're participating in this discussion, advocating for cuts in other departments to protect your own teams. Playing the political game where other people's jobs are currency. And you're arguing that eliminating 20 positions in sales makes more sense than cutting 15 in your division. You're literally negotiating how many lives to destroy and whose. And you're doing it with the same analytical detachment you'd bring to any business problem. Running the numbers, making the case, optimizing the outcome for your interests, and the fact that you're deciding who gets to keep their livelihood barely registers. They're just resources, just numbers on a spreadsheet. And you've become so thoroughly dehumanized that you've dehumanized everyone else too. Turned colleagues into units, people into metrics, lives into data points. Month 30 is when you fire someone for the first time. A subordinate who couldn't keep up with the demands, who had the audacity to prioritize their mental health over their job, who requested reasonable accommodations that you denied, and now you're calling them into your office and delivering the termination notice, and you're professional about it, courteous even, explaining that their performance hasn't met expectations, that this is a business decision, nothing personal. And you watch them absorb the news, watch their life change in real time, watch fear and desperation and panic cross their face. And you feel nothing. You're executing a corporate function with the same emotional investment you'd bring to filing a report. And after they leave your office crying, you have a meeting about quarterly projections, and you transition between these activities seamlessly, firing someone and reviewing spreadsheets with equal detachment. And this is what you've become. Something that can destroy a life and then immediately move on to the next task without pause or reflection. You're having health problems that can't be managed with medication anymore. Your blood pressure spikes randomly. You're having heart palpitations several times a day. Your vision blurs frequently. And you're essentially non-functional without a cocktail of pharmaceuticals. And you've added more medications to your daily routine, beta blockers and stronger antidepressants and prescription sleep aids that knock you unconscious for a few hours before your body's stress response overrides them. And you wake up at 3 a.m. with your heart racing, and you know you're in medical crisis. Know that your body is failing in ways that can't be reversed. That you're doing permanent damage that will haunt you for whatever life you have left. But you can't stop, won't stop, because stopping would mean confronting what you've become and what you've done. And that confrontation would break whatever is left of you. Month 30 brings an invitation to speak at your university. They want successful alumni to talk to current students about career paths. And you accept because it's good for your professional reputation. And you give this presentation about your trajectory, about working hard and staying dedicated and embracing challenges. And you make it sound inspiring. Make corporate servitude sound like a heroic journey. And the students are impressed. They ask questions about how to get hired at your company, how to advance quickly, how to be successful. And you answer them. Give them advice that will lead them down the same path of destruction you've traveled, and you're recruiting for the machine, expanding its reach, ensuring the next generation feeds itself into the same system. And part of you wants to scream at them to run, to choose literally any other path. But instead you smile and encourage them and hand out business cards. And you drive back to the office feeling sick, but not sick enough to stop. Never sick enough to stop, because sickness is just another obstacle to work through. Another challenge to overcome, another sign that you're weak if you let it slow you down. 32 months and you've achieved director level, a position most people spend decades working toward, and you've reached in under 3 years. And this should feel like vindication, like proof that the sacrifice was worth it. But instead, it just feels like you've been promoted to a more prestigious level of hell. The torture is the same, but now it comes with better parking and invitations to executive meetings where you get to participate in even larger scale decisions about whose lives to ruin in pursuit of quarterly targets. The director position comes with a compensation package that includes stock options and performance bonuses and benefits that look impressive on paper. And your parents are proud. Your mother tells everyone that her child is a director at a major company, and you let them believe this is success. Let them think you've made it, because explaining the reality would break their hearts, would mean admitting that their child has been hollowed out and filled with corporate programming, that the person they raised no longer exists and has been replaced with something that looks human but operates on pure algorithmic optimization of profit and productivity. You're overseeing 92 people now, multiple teams across different departments, and you know all their names, but not as people, just as resources, as assets to be allocated and optimized. And you make decisions about their lives with the same emotional investment you'd make about office furniture. This team needs to work weekends. That person needs to be transferred. These positions should be eliminated, and you execute these decisions efficiently, effectively, without hesitation or regret. Because regret would be weakness, would be allowing personal feelings to interfere with business needs. And you've learned to separate personal from professional so completely that you're not sure there's a personal left. You might be entirely professional now, entirely business. A human-shaped entity that exists solely to serve corporate interests. Month 32 brings a medical event you can't ignore. You're in a board meeting presenting divisional results, and your heart just stops. Not metaphorically, but literally. You feel it stop beating. Feel a pause that seems to last forever, but is probably 2 or 3 seconds. And then it restarts, but irregularly. And you keep presenting because stopping would draw attention, would show weakness, would disrupt the meeting. And you finish your presentation and excuse yourself and drive to the hospital where they tell you you've had a cardiac episode, that your heart is showing signs of damage consistent with chronic stress and hypertension, that you need immediate intervention. And they want to admit you, but you negotiate. You promise to follow up with a cardiologist, promise to reduce stress, promise to make changes, all lies, all performance. Just whatever it takes to get out of the hospital and back to work, because work is the only thing that feels real, the only thing that matters. Everything else is just maintenance, just the biological necessities required to continue working. You're prescribed a medication that's supposed to regulate your heartbeat, prevent future episodes, and you add it to your morning pharmaceutical routine. You're taking 12 different medications now, a walking pharmacy. And you've developed a sophisticated system for managing them, pill organizers and alarms, and spreadsheets tracking dosages and interactions. And this system takes 45 minutes every morning, 45 minutes of medical management before you can start your workday. And you don't see the absurdity in this. Don't recognize that spending 3/4 of an hour every day managing medications necessitated by your job might suggest the job is the problem. You just accept it as part of the routine, like showering or eating, just something you do to maintain functionality. Month 32 is when you realize you've lost the ability to recognize your own suffering. You intellectually understand that your life is terrible, that you're destroying yourself, that you're deeply unhappy, but you can't feel it anymore. Can't access the emotional truth of your situation. It's like watching someone else's tragedy, observing it with detached interest, but no personal investment. And this disconnection is actually useful. Makes you more effective at your job. Because if you felt the full weight of what you're experiencing and inflicting on others, you'd collapse. So your psyche has helpfully shut down that capacity, has severed the connection between knowledge and feeling, leaving you capable of functioning in circumstances that would break a person who could still feel. You're conducting layoffs now. It's your responsibility as director to oversee the reduction in force. And you're meeting with people individually to deliver the news. And you've had to do this 23 times in the last month. 23 conversations where you end someone's employment, destroy their financial security, upend their lives. And you deliver the same script each time. Practiced and professional, and you're good at it. You make the company sound regretful, make the decision sound inevitable, make the person feel like it's not personal, even though it's destroying them personally. And after each conversation, you take a few minutes to prepare for the next one. Review the person's file, rehearse the key points, and then you call them in and do it again. And by the end of the day, you've ruined 23 lives, and you go home and heat up instant ramen and watch television until you fall asleep. And the next day you do it again. And this is just work now. Destroying lives is just another task, another responsibility, another item on your to-do list between reviewing budgets and attending strategy meetings. Month 32 brings a moment of recognition at an executive retreat. You're at a resort with the senior leadership team, supposed to be a combination of strategic planning and team building. And everyone is talking about work-life balance and sustainability and employee wellness, while simultaneously checking emails every 5 minutes and taking conference calls from the beach. And the cognitive dissonance is staggering. These people are advocating for reduced work hours while personally working 80-hour weeks, promoting mental health while visibly falling apart. And you realize you're one of them now. You're part of this executive class that preaches balance while modeling destruction. And the hypocrisy should bother you, but it doesn't, because hypocrisy requires caring about consistency between values and actions. And you've abandoned that caring. You'll say whatever is strategically useful and do whatever maximizes results. And the contradiction between them is irrelevant. 34 months and you've stopped questioning anything. You exist in a state of pure execution where decisions happen automatically. Your brain has been so thoroughly trained in corporate logic that you don't need to think anymore. You just react, process, optimize. You've become a very sophisticated algorithm running on human hardware. And the hardware is failing, but the algorithm keeps running, keeps processing inputs and generating outputs, keeps maximizing productivity metrics, while the biological substrate deteriorates beneath it. You're meeting with the board now, presenting quarterly results to the people who actually own the company, the executives and major shareholders who profit from all of this. And you're showing them impressive numbers, growth and efficiency and profit margins that exceed projections. And they're pleased. They thank you for your excellent leadership, for your dedication, for delivering outstanding results. And you accept their praise with the same neutrality you bring to everything else, knowing that these results represent years of your life, represent damage to yourself and dozens of others that can't be quantified in a spreadsheet, represent human suffering converted into shareholder value. And none of that appears in your presentation. None of that is relevant to the discussion. The board doesn't want to know about the cost, only about the return. And you give them what they want because that's your function. That's what directors do. translate human misery into financial success, and present it as achievement. The 34-month mark brings another health crisis. You're at home on a Sunday, a rare day off, and you're vomiting blood, actual blood, not a little bit, but enough that you know this is serious. And you call for an ambulance, and they take you to the hospital and run tests and find bleeding ulcers, severe damage to your digestive system from chronic stress and the medications you're taking to manage the symptoms of chronic stress. And the gastroenterologist looks at you with barely concealed frustration. She's clearly seen this before, clearly knows what causes this, and she tells you very directly that if you don't change your lifestyle, you're going to die. Not might die, will die. Your body cannot sustain this level of abuse indefinitely. And you nod and thank her and get discharged, and you're back at work the next day, because the alternative is unthinkable. Dying is abstract and future. But missing work is concrete and immediate, and carries consequences you understand. You're prescribed more medications, something to protect your stomach lining, something to reduce acid production, something to help the ulcers heal. And you're up to 15 medications now, 15 different pills every day, just to keep a body functioning that's being systematically destroyed by your lifestyle. And you've stopped thinking of your body as yourself. It's just the vehicle you're operating, the machinery that allows you to work. And like any machinery, it requires maintenance, and eventually it will fail completely. But until then, you just keep it running with whatever interventions are necessary. Medications and procedures and medical management, all in service of squeezing out a few more months or years of productivity before inevitable collapse. Month 34 is when you're asked to mentor a young manager, someone who reminds the executives of you at that stage, someone who's shown the same willingness to sacrifice everything for advancement, and you're supposed to guide them, help them develop. But really what they want is for you to accelerate their destruction, to teach them how to work even harder, sacrifice even more, optimize their own exploitation, and you do it. You meet with them regularly and share techniques for managing impossible workloads, strategies for political navigation, methods for extracting productivity from subordinates. And you watch them absorb these lessons with the same eagerness you once had. Watch them begin the accelerated journey toward the same endpoint you're approaching. And you're complicit in their ruin, actively participating in creating another version of yourself, another person who will sacrifice their humanity for corporate advancement. And you feel nothing about this. No guilt, no concern, just the clinical interest of someone passing on expertise. You're at a company event, some celebration of a successful year, and the CEO gives a speech about how the company's success is built on the dedication of its people, how everyone's hard work has created something special, and everyone applauds, and you applaud too. And the CEO singles you out, mentions you by name as an example of the kind of leadership that drives the company's success. And everyone applauds louder, and you stand and accept the recognition, and inside, you're empty, completely empty, because you know what your success cost, know that you're being celebrated for your ability to destroy yourself and others efficiently. And the applause isn't for you as a person, it's for your function, for your productivity, for your willingness to be consumed. And accepting this praise feels like participating in your own funeral, celebrating your own death while pretending it's a triumph. Month 34 brings the realization that you've forgotten how to be alone with your thoughts. Any moment of quiet is unbearable. You need constant stimulation, constant noise, constant work. Because silence means confronting what you've become, and that confrontation is too painful. So you fill every moment with activity, with meetings and emails and projects. And even at home, you need the television on. Need podcasts playing. Need something to occupy your mind so it doesn't turn inward. So you don't have to face the void where your personality used to be. And this constant external focus is exhausting, but it's necessary. It's survival. Because if you ever stopped moving, stopped consuming input, stopped staying busy, you'd have to acknowledge what you've done to yourself, and that acknowledgement would destroy whatever is left. 36 months, 3 full years, and you're attending a memorial service for a colleague who died from a heart attack at 48. Worked here for 22 years, never took more than a few days off. Died at his desk on a Wednesday afternoon, and his widow is there looking destroyed. And his teenage children who barely knew him because he was always at work. And the company sent flowers and a generous donation, and the CEO gave a moving speech about his dedication and legacy. And everyone is calling it tragic, calling it unexpected. But it wasn't unexpected. It was inevitable. It was the logical conclusion of 22 years of systematic self-destruction. And you're standing at this memorial service looking at your own future. Because if you continue on this trajectory for another 15 or 20 years, this will be your funeral. And people will say the same things about you. We'll call you dedicated and hardworking and talk about your commitment as if that commitment wasn't the thing that killed you. As if dying for a company is noble rather than tragic, and you should feel alarmed, should let this be a wake-up call. But instead, you just note it as data, as another confirmation of the path you're on, and you return to work the next day and nothing changes. The memorial service might as well have not happened for all the impact it has on your behavior. You're being considered for VP now. They're grooming you for the executive level. And this is supposed to be the pinnacle of success, the achievement that makes everything worthwhile. And you're participating in the process, attending additional training, being evaluated by consultants, being assessed for executive potential. And you perform well in these evaluations because you've learned to perform well in everything. You can simulate any quality they're looking for, can demonstrate leadership and vision and strategic thinking, all of it performance, all of it hollow. You're an empty suit that's learned to say the right things. And they can't tell the difference between genuine capability and sophisticated mimicry. Or maybe they can tell and they don't care. Maybe executive level is supposed to be all performance. Maybe authenticity is actively selected against because authentic people have qualms, have ethics, have limits. And the system needs people without limits. People who've been so thoroughly corrupted that they'll do whatever is required without hesitation. Month 36 brings a divorce. Not yours because you've never been married, never had time for a relationship, but one of your fellow directors. And he's going through the process and it's destroying him, not emotionally because he's as dead inside as you are, but logistically, financially. The complexity of unwinding a marriage while maintaining the work schedule required of a director. And you watch him try to handle both and fail at both. Watch him become even more damaged than he already was. And eventually, his wife gets everything because he didn't have time to fight, didn't have energy to engage with the legal process, just signed whatever she put in front of him so he could get back to work. And he tells you this over drinks, with the kind of bitter resignation that comes from knowing you chose wrong, but being unable to choose differently. and you commiserate, share your own story of sacrificed relationships and abandoned connections, and you're bonding over mutual destruction, forming friendship based on shared recognition that you've both destroyed your lives for careers that will discard you the moment you're no longer useful. You're experiencing memory problems that go beyond forgetting words. You're losing chunks of time. You'll be in a meeting and realize you have no memory of the last 15 minutes. Or you'll find documents you apparently wrote but have no recollection of writing. And this is terrifying in a clinical detached way. It is all you understand intellectually that losing time like this suggests serious neurological issues, but you can't access the appropriate emotional response. Can't feel the fear you should feel. You just note it as another symptom, another sign of deterioration, and you compensate. You take more notes. You record meetings. You build systems to work around your failing memory. But you don't address the underlying cause, because addressing it would mean stopping, and you've lost the ability to stop. Stopping would be a kind of death. Maybe worse than the death you're heading toward. Month 36 is when you fire someone who reminds you of yourself 3 years ago, eager, dedicated, willing to sacrifice, and they're not performing well enough, not meeting the impossible standards, and you call them in and deliver the termination notice, and you watch them break, watch hope die in their eyes, and they ask what they did wrong. And you give them the corporate answers, performance metrics, business needs, strategic realignment, all euphemisms for you weren't willing to destroy yourself quickly enough. And they leave your office crying and you feel nothing. You've done this so many times now that it barely registers. Firing people has become as routine as responding to emails. Another administrative task to complete before moving on to the next thing. And the fact that you feel nothing about this, that you can ruin someone's life and feel nothing, tells you everything about what you've become, about how thoroughly you've been corrupted by this system. You're at your desk late one night, everyone else has gone home, and you're working on a strategy document about workforce optimization, which is corporate speak for figuring out how to extract more productivity from fewer people. And you're good at this. You're very good at creating systems that maximize exploitation while minimizing cost. And as you're writing, you have a moment of clarity, a brief window where you see what you're doing with horrible accuracy. You're designing, suffering, creating mechanisms to increase human misery in service of profit margins. And you're doing it competently, enthusiastically even. And this is your job. This is what you're paid for. This is what 3 years of destruction have purchased. The ability to optimize other people's exploitation. And the clarity passes, the fog returns, and you keep writing. Keep designing, keep optimizing. Because the moment of recognition changes nothing. Knowledge without the capacity or will to act is just information. And you have information about what you are and what you do, but you lack any ability to be or do differently. So you continue, you persist. You keep making the machine more efficient at grinding people down. And when you're done, you'll implement these systems, and people will suffer more efficiently, and you'll be praised for your innovation, and the cycle will continue. 38 months, and you're in the hospital again, this time for a procedure. They need to address the bleeding ulcers surgically, because medication isn't working anymore. And you're lying in a hospital bed, waiting to be taken to the OR, and you're checking emails on your phone, responding to messages, attending a virtual meeting from your hospital bed. And the nurses look at you with a mixture of pity and exasperation because they've seen this before. They know the type. The people who literally can't stop working even when they're being wheeled into surgery. And you know you're being ridiculous, but you can't stop. Stopping feels like dying, feels like giving up, feels like admitting that your body has won and your will has failed. So you keep working until they make you put the phone away, until they wheel you into the OR and put you under. And even as you're losing consciousness, your last thoughts are about work, about deadlines and deliverables and responsibilities. And you wonder if you'll wake up thinking about work too. If work has become so fundamental to your consciousness that it persists even through medical intervention and enforced unconsciousness. The recovery is supposed to take 2 weeks. The doctor is very clear about this. You need 2 weeks to heal, to rest, to let your body repair itself. And you nod and agree, and you're back at work after 4 days, working from home initially, attending meetings via video while still visibly recovering, and then back in the office after a week. And everyone comments on how dedicated you are, how committed. And they mean it as praise, but it lands like an indictment, like recognition that you're so broken you can't even take medically necessary time off. And you accept the praise, and you keep working because that's all you know how to do. Work is your default state, your resting position, the thing you do when you're not doing other things, except there are no other things. There's just work, always work. Eternally work. Month 38 brings a promotion to VP. You've made it. You're an executive now. You have a seat at the table where real decisions are made, where strategy is set, where the direction of the company is determined. And this should feel like victory. But it just feels like you've been promoted to a different circle of hell. The work is the same, but the stakes are higher. The hours are longer, the pressure is more intense, and the compensation is better. But money stopped meaning anything to you years ago. It's just a number that goes up while your health goes down, while your humanity erodes, while everything that made life worth living disappears, and you're a vice president of a major corporation, and you're the most miserable you've ever been. Which is saying something because you've been miserable for 3 years. But this is a new level. This is misery with executive benefits. You're responsible for 240 people now, multiple divisions, significant budget authority, real power to shape the organization. And you use this power exactly as you were taught. You optimize for productivity. You maximize efficiency. You eliminate waste where waste means any consideration of human well-being that interferes with output. And you're very good at this. Your divisions are top performing. Your numbers are excellent. And you're creating incredible value for shareholders while systematically destroying hundreds of lives. And you know this. You're not in denial. You understand exactly what you're doing. And you do it anyway, because this is what VPs do. This is what the role requires. And you've become the role so completely that there's nothing left outside it. No perspective from which to judge or question or resist. You're just executing the function you were promoted to execute. Crushing people efficiently and calling it leadership. Month 38 is when you realize you're going to die soon, not as an abstract future possibility, but as a concrete near-term probability. Your body is failing in multiple cascading ways. You're having cardiac events weekly now. Your blood pressure spikes randomly despite maximum medication. You're coughing up blood regularly. Your vision is deteriorating. You're losing sensation in your extremities. And you're 38 months into this job and 27 years old, and you're dying. Your body has sustained damage that can't be reversed. You've compressed a lifetime of deterioration into 3 years. And barring dramatic intervention, you probably have months, not years left. And you know this with certainty. You've read enough about karoshi, talked to enough doctors, seen enough colleagues die. And you're next. You're approaching the end point, and you should do something, should quit, should prioritize survival. But you can't. You literally cannot make yourself stop. Work has become so fundamental to your identity that stopping would be self-annihilation. You'd rather die as a VP than survive as nothing. And you recognize how insane this is, but recognition doesn't enable change. You're trapped by your own psychological programming, by 3 years of conditioning, by the complete merger of self and role. And so you keep going, keep working, keep pushing toward an endpoint you can see clearly, but can't avoid. You're in an executive meeting discussing 5-year strategy, and you have a cardiac event right there at the table. Your heart rhythm goes chaotic, you're dizzy and nauseous, and your chest hurts. And you excuse yourself calmly. Go to the bathroom. Sit on the floor until it passes, take your emergency medication, and return to the meeting 10 minutes later, and nobody asks if you're okay. Because asking would acknowledge weakness, and weakness cannot be acknowledged at this level. So you just pick up where you left off and continue the discussion about market expansion and profit targets. And the fact that you almost just died, and everyone is pretending nothing happened, tells you everything about the culture you've helped create, about the environment where medical emergencies are less disruptive than admitting vulnerability. And you're a perfect fit for this environment. You've evolved to thrive in conditions that kill normal people. Except thriving is the wrong word because you're dying. You're just dying while maintaining productivity, dying while hitting targets, dying while advancing your career. And apparently that's close enough to success that everyone calls it success, and you call it success too, because you've forgotten what success actually means, forgotten what you wanted beyond survival and advancement. And now you're achieving advancement while failing at survival, and calling it victory while knowing it's defeat. 40 months, and you're essentially a ghost. You exist, but barely. You go through the motions of executive function while your body systematically shuts down. And the irony isn't lost on you that you've achieved everything you were supposed to want. VP position, 6-figure salary, respect from colleagues, recognition from leadership. And you're dying, literally dying, trading all of it for a few more months of productivity before your body finally gives out completely. You're in the executive washroom, the nice one with marble and actual hand towels, and you're coughing up blood into the sink, watching it swirl down the drain, and you clean up and check your appearance and return to your office like nothing happened, because blood in your lungs is just another symptom to manage, another sign of deterioration to ignore. And you've got a meeting in 15 minutes about workforce optimization. And you need to review the materials, need to be prepared, need to perform competently despite the fact that your body is actively failing. And the cognitive dissonance between your physical reality and your professional requirements doesn't even register anymore. You just exist in both states simultaneously. Dying and working, collapsing and performing, ending and continuing. The 40-month mark brings a conversation with the CEO. He calls you into his office for a one-on-one. And you think maybe this is it. Maybe someone finally noticed how bad things have gotten. Maybe there's going to be an intervention. But instead, he tells you he's impressed with your performance, that you're being considered for SVP, that you have a bright future with the company. And he asks if you're happy here, if you're satisfied with your trajectory. and you say yes automatically, reflexively, because saying anything else would be admitting failure, would be showing weakness, would be suggesting that the sacrifice wasn't worth it. And he looks pleased, tells you to keep up the excellent work, and you leave his office having just lied to the CEO about your satisfaction while your body falls apart. And the lie was so automatic, so ingrained, that you barely even noticed you were lying. The performance of contentment has become as natural as breathing, which is ironic because breathing is actually getting difficult. Your lung capacity is diminished from the stress and the damage, and the constant respiratory infections you can't shake. You're overseeing a major layoff, the biggest in company history, eliminating 400 positions to improve profitability. And you're in charge of the process, designing the criteria, selecting the targets, managing the communications. And you approach this with the same cold efficiency you bring to everything. You run the numbers, optimize the cuts, minimize the disruption to operations while maximizing the cost savings. And you present your plan to the board, and they approve it enthusiastically. Praise your strategic thinking, your analytical rigor, your leadership during difficult decisions. And you're being celebrated for figuring out how to destroy 400 lives efficiently, for optimizing mass unemployment, for making corporate violence look like good business. And you accept the praise because that's what you do. You accept recognition for actions that should horrify you but don't, because you've lost the capacity for horror, for moral response, for any feeling that might interfere with execution. Month 40 is when you attend the layoff notifications. You don't deliver them yourself. That's delegated to directors and managers. But you observe some of them. Watch as people are called into rooms and told their positions are being eliminated. Watch as lives are destroyed in 10-minute conversations. Watch as people who've given years to this company are discarded because the math says 400 fewer employees means better profit margins. And you watch this with clinical detachment, taking notes on how the process is being executed, whether the scripts are being followed, whether the timeline is on track. And you're treating human tragedy like a project milestone, checking off tasks as people's careers end. And the fact that you can do this, that you can observe mass suffering and feel nothing except concern about process efficiency, tells you that you've become something monstrous, something that looks human but operates on purely mechanical principles, optimizing for outcomes without any consideration of cost beyond what appears on financial statements. You're having a conversation with another VP, someone who's been in the role for 8 years, and he's telling you about his health problems, the medications he takes, the procedures he's had, the warning his doctors have given him. And it's like listening to your own future. He's 42 and he looks 60. His body is destroyed. He has no life outside work. His marriage ended years ago. His kids don't talk to him. And he's going to keep doing this until he dies, because what else is there? This is all he knows, all he is. And you realize you're looking at yourself in 8 years, assuming you survive that long, which you probably won't. But if you did, this is what awaits. Another 8 years of progressive deterioration, another 8 years of sacrificing everything for a company that will replace you within days of your death. And he's telling you this not as a warning, but as commiseration, as bonding, sharing the experience of mutual destruction, like it's something to be proud of. And you nod and share your own symptoms, and you're competing over who's more damaged, who's sacrificed more, who's closer to complete breakdown. And calling this conversation depressing would be understatement. it's a glimpse into hell, and you're both inhabitants of that hell, treating it as normal, as just the reality of executive life. Month 40 brings another medical crisis. You collapse at work, not dramatically, but just kind of crumple at your desk, and you wake up on the floor with people standing over you and someone's calling an ambulance. And you try to refuse, try to say you're fine, but you can't stand up. Your legs won't support you, and they take you to the hospital and run tests, and the results are catastrophic. Your heart is severely damaged, your liver is failing, your kidneys are showing signs of stress, you have internal bleeding, you're experiencing multi-system organ failure, and the doctor tells you very clearly that you need to stop working immediately, that continuing to work will kill you, that you're in the final stages of karoshi, and unless you make dramatic changes, you have weeks, not months. And you listen to this diagnosis, this death sentence, and your first thought is about the quarterly review next week, about whether you'll be recovered enough to attend. And the doctor sees this thought cross your face, and she just shakes her head. She's given up. She knows you're not going to change. She's delivered the information, and now it's your choice. And you choose work. You choose to continue. You choose death over change because change is impossible. Because you've been transformed so completely that choosing life would mean choosing to be someone you're no longer capable of being. 42 months and you're functioning on pure momentum. Your body has basically given up, but your mind, or what's left of it, keeps pushing forward, keeps maintaining the routines, keeps executing the responsibilities. And you're taking so many medications now that you've lost count. You have a system that involves multiple pill organizers and alarms throughout the day. And you're managing your own dying like it's a project, tracking symptoms, adjusting dosages, optimizing your pharmaceutical cocktail to squeeze out maximum functionality from failing organs. And there's something darkly appropriate about this. You've spent 42 months optimizing everything else. Why not optimize your own death? Why not manage your deterioration with the same analytical rigor you bring to workforce planning and budget allocation? You're in an executive strategy session, planning for the next fiscal year, discussing growth targets and market expansion and resource allocation. And you're participating actively, contributing ideas, making recommendations. And nobody mentions that you look like death, that you're visibly dying right there at the conference table, because acknowledging it would be uncomfortable, would disrupt the meeting, would force everyone to confront the cost of the culture they've created. So instead, everyone just pretends you're fine, pretends the gray skin and the trembling hands and the difficulty breathing are invisible. And you pretend too. You perform vitality despite dying. You project competence despite collapse. And the collective delusion holds. Everyone agrees to ignore reality and continue the meeting and plan for a future you won't see because you'll be dead before these plans are implemented. Month 42 brings a moment of clarity so intense, it breaks through all your defenses. You're at your desk late at night, alone in the office, and you suddenly understand, with perfect accuracy, that you've wasted your life, that everything you've sacrificed was for nothing, that the position and the salary and the recognition are meaningless, that you traded your entire existence for symbols of success that have no actual value. And this understanding is so clear, so undeniable, that for a moment you can't breathe, can't move. You're paralyzed by the recognition of how completely you've been deceived, how thoroughly you've deceived yourself. And you think about leaving, about walking out right now and never coming back, about choosing life over death, and for maybe 30 seconds, you're genuinely considering it, weighing the options, and then the moment passes, the clarity fades, the fog returns, and you get back to work because work is all you have. It's the only thing that gives structure to the void. And even though you know it's meaningless, you need the meaning it provides. Need the purpose, however false. Need something to organize the time between now and death. You're conducting performance reviews for your direct reports, sitting across from directors and senior managers, evaluating their work, and you're harsh because you've learned that kindness is weakness, that the system rewards cruelty disguised as high standards, and you tell them they need to work harder, need to demonstrate more commitment, need to sacrifice more. And you're literally dying from sacrifice while telling others to sacrifice more. The hypocrisy is staggering, but it doesn't slow you down. You deliver the corporate message with conviction because conviction is just another performance, just another role to inhabit. And these directors listen to you and take notes and promise to improve, and you've just infected them with the same poison that's killing you. Passed on the disease, spread the contamination, and you feel nothing about this. No guilt, no remorse. Just the satisfaction of having executed a responsibility competently. Month 42 is when you're asked to speak at a business school. They want you to talk to MBA students about leadership and success. And you accept because it's good for your reputation, good for the company. And you give this presentation about your career trajectory, about the importance of dedication and perseverance, about making sacrifices to achieve your goals. And you make it sound inspirational. Make dying for corporate profit sound like a worthy aspiration, and the students are impressed. They ask questions about how to be like you, how to achieve what you've achieved, and you answer them honestly. You tell them exactly what it takes, the hours and the stress and the complete surrender of everything else. But you frame it as positive, as the price of success, and they're buying it. They're absorbing this toxic message, and you're recruiting the next generation of victims, ensuring the cycle continues, passing on the sickness to people young enough and naive enough to think they can handle it. And some of them will become like you, will sacrifice everything and call it success, and some of them will die for it. And you're complicit in that, actively participating in creating the conditions that will destroy them. And you know this, and you do it anyway, because this is what VPs do. This is what the role requires. Perpetuating the system that breaks people is literally part of your job description. You're having dinner with another executive, rare social interaction. And you're both talking about work because work is all you have to talk about. Work is your entire frame of reference. And you realize mid-conversation that you can't remember the last time you discussed anything else. Can't remember having a thought that wasn't work-related. Can't access any part of yourself that exists outside the corporate role. And this should alarm you, but it just registers as information, as data about your current state. And you keep eating your overpriced meal and talking about quarterly targets and market conditions, and you're a very expensive machine having a conversation with another very expensive machine. Both of you running programs that simulate human interaction while being fundamentally empty, fundamentally hollow. Just algorithms executing in meat. And the restaurant is nice and the food is good, and you can't taste any of it. Can't enjoy any of it. Can only process it as fuel, as calories necessary to maintain functionality for another few hours, another few days, however long you have left. 44 months and you're in the final stages. You know this with medical certainty. The doctors have stopped talking about interventions and started talking about making you comfortable, about managing pain, about preparing for the inevitable. And you've refused palliative care because palliative care means admitting you're dying, and you're not ready to admit that, not ready to stop. So instead, you just keep working, keep attending meetings, keep fulfilling responsibilities while your body systematically fails. And you're documenting everything now. Writing detailed transition plans for when you're gone, making sure your projects will continue, making sure your death won't disrupt operations. And there's something grotesque about planning for your own death in terms of minimizing business impact, about treating your mortality as a resource allocation problem. But this is how your mind works now. Everything is a business problem, including dying. You're in a board meeting presenting quarterly results, and you have to pause to catch your breath multiple times. Your lungs aren't working properly anymore. And the board members look uncomfortable, but nobody says anything. Nobody suggests you should maybe sit down, maybe take a break, maybe stop killing yourself for their profit. They just wait for you to recover and continue the presentation. Because the presentation is more important than your life. The quarterly numbers matter more than the person delivering them. And you finish the presentation and they thank you, and you return to your office and take emergency medication and keep working, because what else would you do? Stopping now would mean the last 44 months were pointless, would mean dying for nothing. At least, if you die while still working, you die with purpose. Die performing your function. Die as a VP rather than as a person. Month 44 brings a conversation with your mother. She calls and she's crying. She's heard from someone that you're sick, that you're in bad shape, and she's begging you to come home, to let her take care of you, to stop working and focus on your health, and you want to say yes, want to accept her love and care. But you can't. You literally cannot make yourself leave, cannot make yourself stop, and you tell her you're fine. You're just busy. You'll visit soon. All lies, all performance. And she knows you're lying. But she can't force you to change, can't save you from yourself. And she says she loves you, and you say you love her too, and you hang up and go back to work, and you know that's probably the last real conversation you'll have with her. That the next time she hears about you, it'll be a call telling her you're dead. And you could prevent that, could choose differently, but you won't. You can't. You're too far gone. Too thoroughly transformed, too completely absorbed into your corporate role to remember how to be a son, how to be a person, how to be anything other than a VP slowly dying at his desk. You're mentoring a young director, someone the company has identified as high potential. And you're sharing your wisdom, teaching them the techniques that got you here. And mid-conversation, you realize you're basically teaching them how to kill themselves efficiently, how to optimize their own destruction, how to sacrifice everything for advancement that means nothing. And you should stop, should warn them, should tell them the truth, but instead, you keep going. Keep sharing the techniques, keep passing on the knowledge, because this is what mentors do. This is what's expected. And you've lost the capacity to do anything other than what's expected. You're a program running its code, executing your function without deviation or doubt. Month 44 is when you draft your resignation letter. Not because you're planning to resign, but because you want to see what it would say, want to articulate what leaving would mean. And you spend hours crafting this letter, explaining your reasons, detailing what the job has cost, expressing things you've never said out loud. And when you're done, you have this document that tells the truth. that says clearly what you've experienced and suffered and sacrificed. And you read it, and it's devastating. It's a confession and an indictment and a goodbye. And you save it in a folder on your computer, and you never send it. Never show it to anyone. It just exists as a record of the choice you didn't make, the alternative you couldn't choose. And sometimes late at night, you open it and read it and feel a ghost of what regret might be, if you could still feel regret. And then you close it and return to work, because work is eternal, work is inevitable, work is all there is. You're having another cardiac event. They're coming almost daily now. Your heart just stops beating regularly, goes into arrhythmia, causes pain and dizziness and the sensation of dying. And you've learned to manage them. You have medication. You have techniques. You can usually ride them out in a bathroom stall or a quiet conference room. And you've become very good at hiding them, very skilled at having medical emergencies without anyone noticing. And this skill is pointless and sad, but it's a skill nonetheless. You've optimized being sick, mastered the art of dying invisibly. And there's something fitting about this. Your whole career has been about optimizing things that shouldn't be optimized, about making the unacceptable efficient. And now you're applying those same skills to your own deterioration, making your death convenient, minimizing its disruption to operations. Month 44 brings a realization that you've succeeded completely. You've achieved everything the system promised. You've climbed the ladder, earned the position, secured the compensation, gained the recognition, and it's all meaningless, all empty, all worthless. The success is hollow, and the achievement is poison, and the recognition is for becoming something monstrous. And you understand now that the system was never designed to make you happy or fulfilled or successful in any meaningful sense. It was designed to extract maximum value from you before you collapsed. And it's worked perfectly. You gave it everything, and it took everything, and now you're used up, depleted, nearly dead, and the system will replace you and continue exactly as before. And your sacrifice will be forgotten within weeks. Your name will be mentioned occasionally as an example of dedication, but the person you were, the life you could have had, the human being you destroyed to become a corporate function, none of that matters. None of that will be remembered. You'll just be a name in a company directory that gets deleted when they terminate your access. A photo in an annual report that gets replaced next year. A cautionary tale that nobody will learn from because the system that destroyed you will continue destroying others exactly the same way. 46 months and you're attending your own replacement's interview. They're already looking for your successor even though you're still alive, still working. But the company knows what's coming, knows you're not going to last much longer. And they need continuity, need to ensure smooth transition. So you're sitting in on interviews with candidates who will take your position when you die. And this should be surreal, but it feels normal, feels appropriate. You're interviewing your own replacement like you'd interview any other hire, evaluating their qualifications, assessing their fit. And you find yourself looking for someone like you used to be. Someone young and eager and willing to sacrifice everything. Someone who can be broken and molded and transformed into a proper corporate executive. And you're doing this even though you know exactly what you're selecting for. You know you're choosing someone to destroy, but you do it anyway, because that's the role. That's what VP of your division does. Selects and grooms and destroys talent. And you've become so thoroughly corrupted that you can participate in selecting your replacement knowing that replacement will be destroyed exactly like you were, and feel nothing about it except professional obligation to find the best candidate. The 46-month mark brings a complete collapse during a client meeting, not a cardiac event you can hide, but a total system failure. You're mid-presentation and your vision goes dark and your legs give out, and you actually fall, in front of the client and your team. And you wake up on the floor with people around you, and an ambulance is coming, and you try to get up, try to finish the presentation, but you can't move. Your body has finally said no, has finally refused to continue. And they take you to the hospital, and the diagnosis is complete multi-organ failure. Your heart is operating at 30% capacity. Your liver is failing. Your kidneys are shutting down. You're dying right now, actively dying. And they admit you to ICU and tell your emergency contact, who is your mother, because you have no one else, no partner, no friends, just your mother who you've barely spoken to in years. And she comes to the hospital and sees you hooked up to machines, and she breaks down. And you want to comfort her, but you're too weak, too far gone. And you realize this is it. This is the end. You're 46 months into the job, and you're 27 years old, and you're dying in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines while your mother cries. And your last thoughts aren't about your life, or your lost opportunities, or the person you could have been. Your last thoughts are about the client meeting, about whether someone finished the presentation, about whether the deal will close. And even now, even at the actual end, you can't stop being a VP. Can't stop thinking about work. Can't access any part of yourself that isn't corporate function. But you don't die. Not yet. The doctors stabilize you, get your organs functioning at minimal capacity. And after a week in ICU, they move you to a regular room and tell you very clearly that you cannot return to work, that working will kill you, that you need extended rest and treatment and significant lifestyle changes. And you nod and agree because you're too weak to argue. And your mother is there, and she's coordinating with doctors and making plans for your care. And the company sends flowers and a card signed by the executive team. And you lie in that hospital bed staring at the ceiling, and you think about going back to work, about how long recovery will take, about whether you can work remotely during rehabilitation. And you're broken so completely that even facing death didn't reset your priorities, didn't restore your humanity, didn't give you perspective. You're still thinking like a VP, still optimizing and planning and strategizing. And your mother sees this, sees that you're already planning your return. And she starts crying again because she knows you're going to go back, knows you're going to finish what you started, knows she's going to lose you to this job that's already taken everything else. Month 46 brings a visit from your CEO. He comes to the hospital personally, sits by your bed, and he tells you that your health is the priority, that you should take all the time you need, that the company will be here when you're ready to return. And he says this with what seems like genuine concern. But you know the truth. You know that concern is contingent on your eventual return. That if you don't come back, you'll be replaced and forgotten. That the company's care is conditional on your continued utility. And you thank him for his concern and promise to recover quickly. And he looks pleased and says, "There's no rush, but you both know there is. You both know that extended absence means irrelevance. That the longer you're gone, the less essential you become. And this knowledge will drive your recovery, will push you to return before you're ready, because being irreplaceable is your only value. Being essential is your only power, and losing that is worse than dying. You're in physical therapy, trying to rebuild strength that work destroyed. And the therapist is cheerful and encouraging, talking about recovery and getting back to normal life. And you nod along, but you're thinking about getting back to work, about how long until you can sit through a full day of meetings, about whether you can handle email during recovery. And the therapist sees that you're not really present, that you're not engaged with the process of healing. And she asks what you're thinking about, and you say work without even considering lying. And she gets this expression, mixture of pity and frustration. And she says, you need to focus on recovery, that work can wait, and you agree verbally while internally disagreeing completely, while knowing that work can't wait, that every day you're absent is a day someone else is doing your job, proving they don't need you, making you redundant, and you need to get back, need to reclaim your position, need to prove you're still valuable, despite being broken. Month 46 is when you realize the job is won, that you're never going to escape, that even this catastrophic health crisis couldn't break your attachment to work, and you're going to return and you're going to continue until you die. And that death is coming soon. Maybe months, maybe a year if you're lucky and careful. But it's inevitable, irreversible. You've sustained too much damage, destroyed too much of your body, and all that's left is managing the timeline, stretching out the end game as long as possible. And you're okay with this. You've accepted it. You'd rather die as a VP doing work you hate than survive as nothing doing nothing. And this choice is insane, but it's the only choice you can make. The only option that makes sense to the thing you've become, and you're already planning your return, already thinking about how to minimize the visible impact of your deterioration, how to manage your dying so it doesn't disrupt operations, how to be useful until the very end. 48 months, exactly 4 years. And you're back at work against medical advice, against your mother's pleas, against any rational judgment. But you're back because not being at work feels like not existing, feels like death by another name. And you've chosen to die at your desk rather than survive in irrelevance. And everyone welcomes you back and tells you how good it is to see you and asks if you're feeling better. And you lie and say yes. Say you're recovered. Say you're ready to jump back in. When the truth is, you're weaker than ever. More damaged than ever. Running on medications and willpower and the momentum of 48 months of conditioning that's made work the only thing you know how to do. Your office looks exactly the same. They kept it for you. Didn't replace you during your absence. And this should feel reassuring. But it actually highlights how dispensable you are. Because the work continued without you. The division kept operating, the projects kept advancing, and you weren't essential at all. You were just a component that could be temporarily removed, and the system adapted and continued. And returning to find everything fine without you is almost more devastating than being replaced would have been, because replacement would at least acknowledge you mattered. Whereas this just proves you don't. Proves the whole thing could function whether you're here or not. Proves that your sacrifice was optional. Your suffering was unnecessary. Your destruction was pointless. Month 48 brings immediate pressure to prove you can still perform. You have to demonstrate that your illness hasn't made you weak, hasn't diminished your capability, and you push yourself harder than ever. Working longer hours than you did before your collapse, taking on more responsibility, trying to show that you're still valuable, still essential, and your body is screaming at you to stop, but you can't stop. Stopping would be admitting defeat, would be validating everyone who doubted whether you should have returned. And you'd rather die proving them wrong than survive proving them right. And this is insane. This is self-destructive beyond any rational measure. But rationality stopped being relevant to your decision-making years ago. You operate on pure compulsion now, pure programmed response. And the program says work harder, sacrifice more, prove your worth through destruction. You're in a strategy meeting and you have a cardiac event, your third this week. And you've gotten very good at hiding them. You just pause for a moment. Steady yourself. Let the medication kick in. And continue like nothing happened, and nobody notices. Or if they notice, they don't say anything. Because acknowledging your visible deterioration would be uncomfortable, would require intervention, would disrupt the meeting. So everyone just pretends you're fine, and you pretend too. And the collective delusion holds, and the meeting continues, and you contribute to the discussion about next quarter's targets while your heart malfunctions, while your body fails, while you actively die in a conference room and everyone pretends not to see. Month 48 is when you're told that the candidate you interviewed is starting next month. They're hiring him as a director reporting to you. And the official story is that he's going to help you manage the expanded responsibilities. But you know the truth. He's being groomed to replace you, being positioned to take over when you can't continue. And you're expected to train him, to mentor him, to prepare him for your role. And you do it. You train your own replacement with the same professionalism you bring to everything, teaching him the systems and the relationships and the strategies. And he's eager and competent and exactly like you were 4 years ago. And you're watching yourself being replaced in real time, watching the cycle continue, and you feel nothing about it. No resentment, no sadness, just the clinical recognition that this is how it works. This is the process. You are always going to be replaced eventually, and it might as well be now. Might as well be by someone you trained. At least that way you have some control over your own obsolescence. You're having dinner with your mother. She's visiting the city, and she's trying to connect with you, trying to reach the person you used to be. And you can't give her what she wants because that person doesn't exist anymore. There's just the role, just the function, just the VP who happens to be her child. And you talk about work because that's all you have to talk about. And she's crying quietly across the table because she's mourning you while you're still alive. Mourning the loss of the person you were. And you want to comfort her, but you don't know how. You've forgotten how to be a son, how to be human, how to be anything other than corporate function. And you finish the meal and you hug her goodbye, and you know this might be the last time you see her. Know that you're probably going to die soon, and this awkward dinner might be your goodbye. And you should say something meaningful, should express love or regret or something human. But all you can manage is, I'll call you soon. Be another lie, another performance. And you watch her leave, and you go back to your apartment, and you work until you pass out. Because work is all you have, all you are, all you'll ever be, until the end. Month 48 brings a moment of perfect clarity about what you've become. You're at your desk at 3 in the morning, alone in the office, and you look around at your accomplishments, the awards on the wall, the certificates, the recognition, and you understand with absolute certainty that you've traded your entire life for symbols, for meaningless tokens of achievement in a game that doesn't matter. and you've lost everything real. Lost relationships and health and happiness and humanity. Lost the chance to be a person rather than a role, and you can't get any of it back. The damage is permanent. The choices are irreversible. And all you can do is continue forward until your body gives out completely and you start crying, actually crying for the first time in years. Grieving for yourself, for the life you didn't live, for the person you'll never be. And the tears feel strange, feel foreign, like they belong to someone else. And after a few minutes, they stop and you wipe your face and you get back to work, because work is the only response you know to any emotion. The only way you know how to deal with pain or fear or grief or anything. Just work harder. You just push through, just keep going until you can't. 49 months and you're training your replacement full time now. The pretense has been dropped. Everyone knows what's happening. The company is managing your succession while you're still alive because they can't wait for you to actually die. That would be too disruptive, so instead, they're phasing you out gradually, shifting responsibilities to the new director while you're still here to smooth the transition. And you're complicit in this, actively participating in making yourself redundant. And there's something darkly appropriate about it. You spent 4 years making yourself essential by destroying yourself. And now you're making yourself obsolete by training someone to do it better, faster, with less visible damage. The new director is named Tanaka, same name as your first section chief 4 years ago. And this coincidence feels meaningful, even though it's not. Feels like the cycle is closing, like you're becoming what that first Tanaka was to you, the person who welcomed you into the system and started your destruction. And now you're doing the same to someone else, passing the torch, spreading the disease, ensuring the machine keeps grinding. And Tanaka is smart, capable, hungry, all the qualities that make for a successful corporate executive, which is to say, all the qualities that will destroy him if he lets them. And you're enabling that destruction, teaching him how to optimize it, how to accelerate it, how to sacrifice everything faster and more efficiently than you did. Month 49 brings a performance review, ironic given that you're being phased out. But the process continues, because the process always continues. And your manager, who is the SVP, sits across from you and tells you that your performance has been impacted by your health issues. That while your dedication is appreciated, your output has declined. And this needs to be addressed, and you're being put on a performance improvement plan, which is corporate speak for we're documenting your failure so we can terminate you legally. And you accept this with the same neutrality you bring to everything, knowing that this is just procedure, just the company covering itself, creating a paper trail that justifies your removal. And you sign the documents and agree to the terms, and, you won't meet them because you can't, because your body won't allow the level of performance they're demanding. And this is fine. This is actually a relief, because it gives you permission to fail, gives you an official reason to stop that isn't your choice, isn't your weakness, just the inevitable result of a process you agreed to. You're having a conversation with your doctor, a follow-up after your hospitalization, and she's reviewing your test results, and they're catastrophic. Everything is worse. Your heart is weaker. Your liver function is declining. Your kidneys are failing. And she tells you very directly that you have maybe 3 months, maybe 6 if you're lucky. And this is with aggressive treatment and complete rest. And if you continue working, you have weeks. And you ask her if she'll write that down, if she'll document that assessment, and she looks confused and asks why. And you tell her that you need documentation for your disability claim. need medical evidence that you can't work. And she realizes what you're planning. Realizes that you're going to work until you die, and you want to make sure your death is officially classified as work-related. So your mother gets the karoshi benefits, and she looks at you with such profound sadness, such complete understanding of how broken you are. And she says she'll write whatever you need, and you thank her, and you leave with documentation of your impending death. And you feel nothing. No fear, no regret. Just the clinical satisfaction of having handled a logistical issue. Month 49 is when you're asked to present at a company-wide meeting about your career trajectory. They want you to share lessons learned, talk about your path to VP, inspire the next generation. And you agree because refusing would be noticed, would be another mark against you in your performance improvement plan. And you give this presentation knowing it's probably your last, knowing you're addressing the company as a dying man. And you talk about dedication and sacrifice and perseverance. And you make it sound noble, make suffering sound like virtue. And people are moved, people are inspired, and you're literally dying on stage and using your death to recruit others into the same system. And the cognitive dissonance is overwhelming, but you push through. You finish the presentation, and people applaud. And you accept the recognition knowing that you've just lied to hundreds of people. Knowing that everything you said was propaganda designed to perpetuate the cycle. And you feel nothing about this deception because deception is your function. Spreading the corporate gospel is your role, and you execute it professionally until the very end. You're working late one evening, and Tanaka stops by your office, and he asks you very directly if it's worth it. If the position and the salary and the recognition are worth what they cost. And you should tell him the truth, should warn him, should use this opportunity to break the cycle. And you open your mouth to say run, to say escape while you can, to say don't make my mistakes, and instead you hear yourself saying yes, saying it's absolutely worth it, saying the sacrifice is meaningful and the achievement is real, and he should keep pushing, keep sacrificing, keep destroying himself for advancement. And you watch hope die in his eyes as he absorbs this message. Watch him commit more fully to his own destruction, and you've just doomed him, just sentenced him to the same fate you're experiencing. And you feel nothing, no guilt, no remorse, just the satisfaction of having given the expected answer, having fulfilled your mentorship responsibility, having spread the poison effectively. Month 49 brings a realization that you are already dead, that the person you were died years ago, and what remains is just momentum, just a corpse that hasn't stopped moving yet. And you're waiting for your body to catch up with the reality that yourself, your humanity, your personhood died somewhere back around month 20 or 30. Died so gradually you didn't notice. And now you're just a ghost haunting your own life. Going through motions that have no meaning. Executing functions for an organization that's already moving on. And death, when it comes, will just be making official what's been true for years. You're not afraid of dying because you're already dead. You're just afraid of stopping, of the moment when the motion ceases and the emptiness becomes visible. 50 months and you can barely walk. Your body has deteriorated to the point where basic physical functions are difficult, and you've started using a cane, not because it helps much, but because it's better than falling, better than collapsing in hallways and having to be helped up. And people look at you with pity and discomfort, this walking reminder of what the job costs, this ghost haunting the office, and you should have stopped months ago. should have accepted disability, should have prioritized survival over position. But you can't. You won't. You're going to keep coming in until they carry you out. And everyone knows this. Everyone can see you're dying. And they're all just waiting for it to happen, waiting for the inevitable conclusion so they can move on. The performance improvement plan period has ended, and you failed to meet the targets. Obviously, impossibly. And you're being called into a meeting with HR and your SVP. And you know what this is. You've conducted enough of these meetings yourself. This is termination. This is the end of your employment. And part of you expected to feel something, relief maybe, or fear. But you feel nothing. Just clinical interest in the process, in how they'll frame it, in what language they'll use to make firing a dying man sound reasonable. And they're professional about it. They thank you for your service, acknowledge your contributions, express concern for your health, and they offer a severance package contingent on signing a release. And you read through the documents and you understand what they're doing. They're paying you to go away quietly, paying you to not sue for wrongful termination or disability discrimination. And the amount is generous, more than fair. And you sign it because fighting would require energy you don't have. Because the company already won, already extracted everything valuable from you, and now they're disposing of the husk. And you accept this with the same passivity you've accepted everything for 50 months. You take the severance, and you clean out your office, and you leave the building for the last time. And it's anticlimactic. There's no ceremony, no goodbye party, just a quiet exit on a Tuesday afternoon. And you walk to your car carrying a box of personal items that fit in a single small box because you had no personal items. Your office was entirely corporate, entirely functional. And the box contains awards and certificates and corporate branded items, symbols of achievement that mean nothing now that the achievement is over. Month 50 brings the strange experience of not working, of having time that isn't structured by meetings and deadlines and responsibilities. And you don't know what to do with it. You've forgotten how to exist outside of work, how to occupy time that isn't productive. And you try to rest, try to follow doctor's orders. But resting feels wrong, feels like giving up, feels like dying by another name. So instead, you spend your days obsessively checking your phone, reading emails you're no longer copied on, following company news, trying to stay connected to something you're no longer part of. And you're pathetic. You're a fired executive spending his final month stalking his former employer, but you can't help it. Work was your entire identity, and without it, you don't know who you are, don't know how to be. You're at home on a Wednesday morning, a time you would normally be in back-to-back meetings, and you're having a panic attack, your heart racing and you're breathing shallow and your mind spiraling. Not because anything is wrong, but because nothing is wrong. Because you're not working, and the absence of work creates a void that fills with terror. And you're calling your doctor asking for stronger anxiety medication because you can't handle not working, can't handle the emptiness, and she prescribes something. But she also suggests therapy, suggests that maybe you need help processing what you've experienced, help transitioning to whatever comes next, and you agree to consider it, but you know you won't. Therapy would mean confronting what you've done, confronting what you've become. And you're not ready for that. We'll never be ready for that. Better to just medicate the anxiety and avoid the truth. Month 50 is when you start writing, not a memoir or a confession, but an instruction manual. A guide for executives on how to manage their exploitation effectively, how to optimize their sacrifice. How to extract maximum career value while minimizing visible deterioration. And you're writing this with complete sincerity, treating your destruction as a case study, analyzing what worked and what didn't, identifying lessons learned that could help others destroy themselves more efficiently. And the fact that you're doing this, that you're trying to systematize and optimize even your own ruin, tells you how thoroughly you've been corrupted, how completely the corporate mindset has colonized your thinking. You can't even conceptualize your suffering except in terms of optimization and efficiency. Can't access any perspective that isn't about improving processes and maximizing outcomes. You get a call from Tanaka, your replacement. He's struggling with something and wants your advice. And you meet him for coffee, and he tells you about the pressure, the impossible demands, the toll it's taking on his health and relationships. And he asks how you handled it, how you managed to perform at such a high level for so long. And you should tell him to quit, should warn him that it doesn't get better, should explain that managing it means destroying yourself. But instead, you give him techniques, strategies for compartmentalization and time management and stress reduction. All the tools you use to extend your own destruction, and you're helping him kill himself, actively providing the knowledge that will enable his ruin. And he's grateful, actually grateful, and you part ways, and you know, you've just harmed him. Know you've made his destruction more efficient, and you feel nothing about it. No guilt. No regret. Just the satisfaction of having been useful, having maintained your identity as a mentor even after you've left the company. Month 50 brings a visit from your mother. She comes to stay with you for a week, and she's horrified by what she sees. You're barely functional, taking 20 medications a day, unable to walk without assistance, sleeping only with pharmaceutical intervention. And she asks what you're going to do, what your plan is, and you have no plan, no vision of the future. You exist day to day waiting for death, and she tries to suggest alternatives, moving back home, trying experimental treatments, focusing on quality of life. And you shut down every suggestion because they all require caring about survival, and you don't care anymore. You're just waiting for the end, managing the timeline. And she realizes this, realizes you've given up. And she stops suggesting and just sits with you in silence, mourning the child she lost to corporate Japan. And you want to comfort her, but you don't know how. Can only offer empty reassurances that everything is fine when clearly nothing is fine. When you're visibly dying, and have no plans to try to prevent it. 51 months and you're in hospice care. Not in a facility, but at home with visiting nurses. And this is the end. This is the official acknowledgement that you're dying. And there's no more pretending otherwise. No more fighting, just managing pain and waiting. And you should feel something about this, should have emotions about your life ending at 27. But you're too medicated, too exhausted, too far gone to feel anything except a distant curiosity about how much longer this will take, about whether dying will hurt or just be a gradual fading into nothing. The hospice nurse is kind, professional. She's clearly seen this before. Young people work to death. And she doesn't judge, doesn't ask why you did this to yourself. Just manages your symptoms and helps you stay comfortable. And sometimes she sits with you and you talk. And she asks about your life, about what you wanted to be before all this. And you can't remember, genuinely cannot recall having ambitions or dreams or desires that weren't about corporate advancement. And this inability to remember who you were before work is its own kind of death. the erasure of your pre-corporate self. And she looks sad when you tell her this, sad but not surprised, like it's a common story among people who die from karoshi. Month 51 brings visits from former colleagues, people stopping by to pay respects to someone who's not dead yet. And these visits are awkward, painful. Nobody knows what to say. They tell you that you'll beat this, that you're strong, that you'll recover. Obvious lies that everyone knows are lies, but saying the truth would be too uncomfortable. So they perform optimism, and you perform gratitude. And everyone pretends this isn't a deathbed visit. And after they leave, you feel more alone than before. Feel the gulf between their world of work and meetings, and your world of medication and pain and waiting. And you understand that you're already gone from their perspective, already transitioned from colleague to memory. And their visits are really about them, about feeling like they did something, about checking a box that says they honored a fallen comrade, not about you at all. You're going through old files on your laptop, old projects and presentations and documents. And you're trying to find meaning in them, trying to identify what you accomplished, what value you created, what legacy you'll leave. And there's nothing. It's all just process, just activity, just work that enabled more work. And you produced nothing of lasting value, contributed nothing to the world except shareholder returns. And even those are temporary, already being surpassed by new quarters, new targets, new achievements that will also be forgotten. And you spent 4 years destroying yourself to create nothing, to produce ephemeral corporate outcomes that mattered to no one and will be forgotten before your body is cold, and this should devastate you. But you're too tired for devastation. You just note it as information, as data about the meaninglessness of your sacrifice. Month 51 brings a lucid period, a day where the pain medication is perfectly calibrated and your mind is clearer than it's been in months. And you use this clarity to write letters, goodbye letters to your mother, to a few former friends, trying to articulate something meaningful about your life and death. And you struggle because what is there to say? I'm sorry I wasted my life. I'm sorry I chose work over you. I'm sorry I became a monster in pursuit of nothing. And these apologies feel inadequate. Feel like they miss the point, because you're not sorry enough to have chosen differently. Given the same circumstances, you'd probably make the same choices. And this realization is devastating. Understanding that you do it all again. That the conditioning was so complete that even knowing the outcome, you couldn't choose differently. And your letters become confused, contradictory, trying to explain something you don't fully understand yourself. And eventually, you give up. Delete them all. Decide to leave nothing, no explanation, no justification. Just silence. You're lying in bed, unable to sleep despite the medication. And you're thinking about Tanaka, about whether he'll make it, whether he'll escape before it's too late. And you know he won't. Know that he's already too far down the path, already too thoroughly corrupted, and in a few years he'll be where you are, dying at 30 from a job that demanded everything. And there will be another Tanaka after him, another victim, another sacrifice. And the cycle will continue forever. An endless parade of young people destroying themselves for corporate profit, and you're part of that cycle, helped perpetuate it, recruited for it, optimized it. And this is your legacy. Not anything you built or created, but the system you helped maintain, the machine you helped run, and the people it will keep destroying long after you're gone. Month 51 is when you have the dream, the recurring dream you've had since month 30, but more vivid now, more real. You dream that you're at your desk and you're trying to leave, trying to walk out, but you can't move. You're stuck in your chair, and the office is flooding, water rising slowly, and you're going to drown. But you can't get up, can't escape, and people are walking past you, stepping around you, going about their work while you drown, and nobody helps. Nobody even acknowledges what's happening, and the water rises, and you wake up gasping. And the dream is obviously about feeling trapped, about drowning in work. But the terror feels real, feels like a premonition, like you've been drowning for 51 months and you're just now realizing it, just now understanding that you've been dying the whole time and you never tried to save yourself, never even tried to swim. Just let the water rise while you kept working, kept typing, kept attending meetings. And now it's too late. Now you're underwater. Now there's no escape. 52 months, and you're barely conscious most of the time. The pain medication keeps you in a twilight state between sleep and waking. And time has lost meaning. Days blur together. And you're aware that you're dying now. Not as abstract future, but as immediate present. Your organs are shutting down one by one. Your body is giving up, and the nurses have told your mother that it's a matter of days now, maybe a week. And she's here constantly, sitting by your bed, holding your hand. And you want to tell her something meaningful, want to give her some comfort, want to explain or apologize or express love. But the words won't come. You're too weak, too far gone. And besides, what would you say? I'm sorry I chose a job over you. I'm sorry I valued corporate success over being your child. I'm sorry I let them destroy me and you had to watch. And those apologies would just hurt her more. So you say nothing. Just squeeze her hand weakly and hope she understands. You're having visitors now. People you haven't seen in years. Old friends from university, extended family, people coming to say goodbye. And these visits are surreal because you're not really present for them. You're floating somewhere above the bed, watching yourself die, watching these people cry over a body that used to be you. And you want to tell them not to be sad, that the person they're mourning died years ago, that this is just the biological conclusion of a psychological death that happened around month 20 or 30. But you can't speak, can only observe, can only watch your own death from a distance. Month 52 brings a visit from the company. Someone from HR comes with final paperwork, insurance forms, and death benefit documents. And they need your signature on things, and the fact that they're here while you're actively dying, that they need you to handle administrative tasks from your deathbed would be darkly comic if you could still appreciate irony. And your mother tries to turn them away. But you sign the papers because it's easier than arguing, because even now, even at the absolute end, you can't say no to the company, can't refuse a corporate request, and they thank you and leave. And your mother is crying because that visit, that intrusion of corporate bureaucracy into your death, finally makes real to her what you became, what the job turned you into. And she's mourning not just your impending death, but the person you were before the job, the child she raised who got consumed by this system. You're having moments of clarity now, brief windows where the medication recedes and you can think clearly. And during one of these moments, you understand something important. You understand that you were never special, never uniquely talented or driven. You were just willing to sacrifice more than most people, willing to destroy yourself more thoroughly. And the company rewarded that willingness, not because it valued you, but because it valued your willingness to be destroyed. And there were 100 other people who could have played your role, who could have been the VP who died at 27. And after you're gone, there will be another and another. An endless supply of young people willing to trade their lives for position and recognition. And the system doesn't care which specific person gets destroyed. Only that someone does, that the machine keeps running, that the sacrifice continues. Month 52 is when you finally cry. Really cry. Not the brief tears you shed months ago, but deep racking sobs that hurt your damaged body. Crying for yourself, for your wasted life, for all the things you'll never experience, for the person you could have been. And your mother holds you while you cry, and she's crying too. And for a moment, you're her child again. Not a VP, not a corporate function, just her son dying too young. And this moment of authentic connection, of real human emotion, is the first you've had in years, maybe the first since you took the job. And it's beautiful and terrible. Beautiful because it's real. Terrible because it's too late. Because you're dying and this moment can't change anything. Can't undo the choices. Can't restore what was lost. You're thinking about Kobayashi, the colleague who disappeared after 6 months. And you wonder what happened to him. Whether he escaped, whether he built a life outside the system, whether he's happy now. And you hope he is. Hope at least one person got out. Hope your sacrifice wasn't for nothing if it at least gave someone else a warning, showed someone else what not to do. And you realize you're trying to find meaning even now, even in your last days, trying to justify the unjustifiable, trying to make your destruction serve some purpose. And this need for meaning is itself evidence of how thoroughly you were corrupted. Because you can't just accept that it was pointless, can't just acknowledge that you made terrible choices and suffered for no reason. You need to believe there was a point, a lesson, a purpose. Because purposeless suffering is too horrible to confront. Month 52 brings a final conversation with your mother. You're barely able to speak, but you manage a few words. And you tell her you're sorry. And she asks what you're sorry for, and you say everything. Sorry for all of it. For the choices, for the distance, for becoming someone she didn't recognize. And she tells you it's okay, that she forgives you, that she loves you, and you know she means it. But you also know it's not okay, that there's nothing okay about dying at 27 from work, about sacrificing your life for corporate profit, about becoming a monster in pursuit of nothing. But you accept her forgiveness anyway because it's all you have. Because you need to believe that at least one person doesn't hate you for what you became. And you tell her you love her and you mean it. It's maybe the only true thing you've said in 4 years, the only statement that comes from whatever is left of your actual self rather than your corporate programming. 52 months and 3 weeks, and you're dying, actually dying right now. You can feel your body shutting down, systems failing one after another, and there's no drama to it. No final burst of clarity or profound realization. Just a slow dimming, a gradual fading. And you're lying in a hospital bed in your mother's home, and she's holding your hand, and you're trying to hold on, trying to stay present. But you're slipping away, consciousness fragmenting, and your last thoughts aren't profound or meaningful. They're about work, about whether Tanaka will remember to follow up on the quarterly review, about whether the restructuring plan will be implemented correctly. And even now, even at the literal moment of death, You can't escape the programming, can't access any part of yourself that isn't corporate function. And this is the real tragedy. Not that you're dying young, but that you're dying as a VP rather than as a person. Dying without ever recovering the humanity you sacrificed. The room is quiet except for the medical equipment beeping, tracking your declining vital signs. And there are people here. Your mother, some family members, a few old friends, people who loved the person you used to be. And they're saying goodbye, but you can't respond, can't acknowledge them. You're already gone from yourself, already transitioned from person to body, from consciousness to biological process. And you're aware of this transition, aware that you're becoming a corpse while still technically alive. And there's something fitting about this. You've been a walking corpse for years, been dead inside while maintaining external function. And now the external is catching up to the internal. The body is acknowledging what the self recognized long ago. You're thinking about the company, about whether they'll remember you, whether your death will change anything, whether anyone will look at your case and understand what the system does to people. And you know they won't. Know that your death will be classified as karoshi, that your mother will get the benefits, that there will be some internal discussion about work-life balance and employee wellness, and then everything will continue exactly as before. Another young person will be hired. Another eager graduate will start the same journey. Another human being will be fed into the machine, and the cycle will perpetuate forever. And your death will change nothing, mean nothing, accomplish nothing. You'll just be a statistic, a case number, a cautionary tale that nobody will heed. Month 52 and 3 weeks brings the actual moment of death. And it's not dramatic, not peaceful, just a cessation, a stopping. Your heart gives out finally. All the damage accumulated over 52 months of abuse, culminating in this final failure. And you're aware of it happening, aware of your consciousness ending. And your last thought is not about your life, or your regrets, or the people you're leaving. Your last thought is about the quarterly targets, about whether the division will hit them. And you die thinking about corporate metrics. Die as a VP rather than a person. Die without ever recovering yourself. And this is the ultimate victory of the system, that it owns you so completely that even your death is corporate. Even your last moment is colonized by work. Even the final firing of your neurons is dedicated to the company that killed you. Your mother is holding you when you die. She feels your hand go limp, feels the life leave your body. And she's crying, has been crying for days. And she'll cry for years, mourning not just your death, but everything that led to it. Mourning the son she lost to corporate Japan. And she'll tell your story to anyone who will listen, trying to warn other parents, other young people, trying to prevent what happened to you from happening to others. But her warnings will be ignored like all warnings are ignored. Because everyone thinks they're different. Everyone thinks they can handle it. Everyone thinks they won't be the one who dies from overwork. And the machine will keep grinding, keep destroying, keep turning human beings into corporate functions and then discarding them when they break. The company issues a statement about your death, expressing sadness and offering condolences, acknowledging your contributions and dedication, making it sound noble, making it sound like sacrifice rather than murder. And they make donations in your memory, and they implement new wellness initiatives, and they promise to do better. And none of it means anything. None of it changes the fundamental nature of the system. And within weeks, you're forgotten. Your position is filled. Your responsibilities are redistributed. And the company continues exactly as before. Your death no more disruptive than a minor reorganization. And Tanaka sits in what used to be your office and starts the same journey, makes the same choices, begins the same destruction. And maybe in 4 years there will be another death, another young person worked to destruction. And maybe it will be Tanaka, or maybe it will be someone else. But it will happen. It's inevitable. Because the system is designed to kill, designed to extract everything and discard the husk. And your death proved that the system works. Proved that people will sacrifice literally everything for position and recognition. Proved that the machine can grind people down completely, and they'll thank it for the opportunity. Your funeral is well attended. Colleagues and executives and people who barely knew you, all performing grief, all saying the right things about dedication and tragic loss. And your mother sits in the front row listening to these eulogies, and she knows their lies, knows that everyone in that room is complicit in your death, knows that the system they all participate in is what killed you. But she says nothing because what would be the point? They wouldn't listen, wouldn't change, wouldn't acknowledge their complicity. They'd just perform sympathy and return to work and continue the same destructive patterns. And your death will be remembered, if at all, as an unfortunate tragedy, an exception, an outlier, rather than what it actually is. Which is the logical conclusion of a system that values productivity over people, profit over life, corporate success over human welfare. 27 years old, dead from work, your body destroyed by the systematic abuse you volunteered for. Your humanity eroded by the role you inhabited, your potential wasted on quarterly targets and division management and optimizing the exploitation of others. And you died thinking about work, died as a corporate function, died without ever recovering the person you were before the job consumed you. And this is your legacy. Not anything you built or created or accomplished, just a cautionary tale that nobody will heed. Another data point in the karoshi statistics, another young person who sacrificed everything for nothing, another victim of a system that presents destruction as success and calls suffering dedication. And the machine keeps running, keeps grinding, keeps destroying, and will continue destroying long after your name is forgotten. Long after your mother stops crying, long after anyone remembers that you existed at all. Because the system doesn't need your specific sacrifice, doesn't care about your individual story, only needs someone willing to be destroyed. And there's always someone willing, always another eager graduate, always another victim. And the cycle continues. Endless, inevitable, perpetual, destroying lives in service of profit, calling it success, calling it achievement, calling it anything other than what it actually is, which is murder, systematic corporate murder disguised as career advancement, and you participated in it, perpetuated it, optimized it, and died from it. And nothing changed. Nothing will change. Nothing can change as long as people keep volunteering for destruction, keep believing the lies, keep sacrificing themselves for corporations that view them as disposable resources. And your death is the proof, the evidence, the warning that nobody will listen to, that nobody can listen to. Because listening would mean confronting the system. And confronting the system would mean acknowledging that everything they've sacrificed was for nothing, and that acknowledgement is too painful, too devastating, too impossible. So instead, they'll mourn you and forget you and continue exactly as before, feeding the machine, perpetuating the cycle, destroying themselves and others in pursuit of nothing. And this is your final legacy. Not resistance or change or warning heeded, but continuation, perpetuation, more of the same, forever.